Title of our session is Financing Resiliency. So we can once again be inspired by the words of Pope Francis. Yesterday they talked about an ecological debt, and this has been highlighted before in a couple of times. So this could be one of the topics that we explore in this session. So we're going to share this, Michelle and myself. So would you like to say some remarks, Michelle?
I will just express how grateful and honored I am to be co-facilitating with Director General Viana and to double down on the wonderful scale and depth of what we have heard throughout the last several days. We've had some great ideas, we've had a lot of energy, and then at the core of that is, how do you pay for it? So today's session is incredibly foundational to so much of it, of what we will see as next steps, and I'm so thankful for the wonderful lineup that we have introduced.
Right. So we're going to have again a good delegation from Massachusetts, which is going to be introduced by Michelle. But let me begin by introducing the first speaker, who is Craig Kogut, got it correct, from Pegasus, who is going to be talking about climate finance. So, Craig, the floor is yours.
So much. It's a great honor to be here. It's been wonderful to listen to all of the different voices touching on important issues. And thanks so to the Academy, but the Academy is for all you're doing. One thing that has been talked a lot about is dialogue and convening. And so some of us thought we should get cards before the end for those of us who want to stay in touch and chat and figure out how to work together. So Brigitte and I have both volunteered to do that. So we look forward to staying in touch after the meeting to follow up on what we've talked about. We know, we've heard, I've had a long talk, it'll be published, but I think it's more interesting to talk about real world examples of where we are. We know there's a huge funding gap, especially for the Global South on climate, and particularly resilience. We have both a moral and I think a practical security imperative to address it, but the gap is growing every year. You all know that. 2 billion trillion annually is needed, and we're moving in the wrong directions. Particularly small island states, least developed countries are the most vulnerable to climate shocks. They have the weakest balance sheets. We need to address them. And the key is to figure this out at scale. Start with the problem. From my sector, ignoring the public sector, private investors traditionally are beyond cautious when it comes to emerging markets, particularly in not certain areas like solar is an easier thing for people to do. Gina and I talk a lot about solar fixation, but as you've done so well here, water, food, health are all critical aspects, and resilience people perceive as much harder to invest in. I'll give you some examples of how we're addressing it, and I think it can be, but there are challenges, and I don't want to minimize them. Political instability, perceived regulatory risk, currency fluctuations, et cetera. But there are ways to structure around, and folks like the World Bank and the IFC are getting much more creative slowly about helping with currency guarantees and other sorts of guarantee instruments to help with that. And to be clear, speaking as Pegasus, we think there's a huge opportunity. Not only is there a need, we tell our investors the Global South is going to feed the planet. The Global South is going to solve food and energy problems broadly for the Global North. It's got an advanced young population, which is very entrepreneurial, and critical resources are going to come from the Global South. So there is an opportunity with all those challenges. And I think it's important to realize there are certain situations we'll need philanthropy, we'll need government, but private sector capital, and I'll go through some of the examples, has a huge opportunity. At Pegasus, we manage 3 different projects where we're partnered with the Green Climate Fund. One is something called appropriately the Subnational Climate Fund. I think the emphasis here with mayors and governors is critical. We are broadly a mitigation fund. We can invest in agriculture, we can invest in methane reduction, we can invest in renewables. We can invest in water, waste. But everything we do is not just mitigation. It has to have co-benefits. Absolutely important. Social benefits, community benefits, education benefits. So it's really an ecosystem-based approach. And biodiversity as well. So, and resilience. We don't believe a mitigation fund today can exist. For example, in the Dominican Republic, we're about to launch the first solar project with storage. It's a good project, but the key is it's storage. It guarantees that country will not have to import. We have 2 more coming. So I don't think you can do an energy project today and not speak about resilience as a climate investor. We also have something which is purely adaptation-based, the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. Andrew's foundation is, we're thankful to be one of our investors, also anchored by the Green Climate Fund. We're partnered here with UNDP, and we're investing in the protection of coral reef ecosystems and coastal communities by working on things. We can't rescue coral reefs if, temperature rise goes too high, but we can work with the communities through pollution intervention, sustainable fishing practices, ecotourism, in ways that intervene to help the reefs. So that's something we're very excited about, and it's all about letting these coastal communities survive. The third project is something which is very innovative, where we're partnering with Barbados and the Green Climate Fund to do a blue-green bank, which we're modeling to take to the Pacific. And there it's focused on things like green homes that will withstand hurricanes, electrification of transport, and other investments, including developing insurance products, all around adaptation and resilience. These structures, we heard a little bit about different things. They're largely blended finance, where the Green Climate Fund is essentially is junior capital. We don't think we need it. We are on a mission to make money. We have to scale more capital, as well as have impact. But to encourage investors to come, the Green Climate Fund basically will put up money that's 20% junior capital at risk, or 25% as in the case of the Coral Reef Fund. Some general observations, just listening before I get into just some examples. One, the emphasis on local is so important, not just for governments, as we've talked about in government policies, but resilience. I mean, we've seen in the Ukraine situation with climate shocks, we ship everything all over the world. It makes no sense. If you talk to some big companies and you look through their supply chains, it is crazy. And in part, people talked earlier about extracting. We've lived in an extractive world where countries that produce things, it's taken, they don't have the benefit of, they don't get the processing income, the job income. And I think a major shift, which we're very focused on, working on things like cold chain storage and the like, is to keep production local. Doesn't mean you don't have to export, but the developing world needs to have more of what they produce there and create value for themselves. I think that's a major theme we'll see more of, and it's actually in corporate interest as well. The second theme with resilience, which we invest a lot in, is waste. We throw out, we're a wasteful species, and we can't afford to be. And there is so much opportunity, again, largely local, whether it's in connection with biofuels, as we were just talking about with waste, whether it's for materials, for clothing, or for building structures, animal feed, biofertilizer. There's such an opportunity to use waste better, and we can make money doing that. So we see that as a very important area when we think about resilience. Let's eliminate waste or use the waste. The third comment I would just make generally is 50% of the populations live on coast, maybe more, you all know. Oceans, we have a coral reef fund. It's sadly the largest oceans fund in the world, which is ridiculous. We cannot beat climate, so I'd ask you next time to talk, maybe we could dig in more on oceans. Apart from worrying about seawalls, we are going to feed the planet, I believe, deal with carbon capture, produce biofuels, produce all sorts of medicines from the ocean. So that's sort of a soft challenge to the group to put that on the agenda. Next general point is, who is aware? When we say corporations are getting very aware, at least the more enlightened ones. You may have read yesterday about Microsoft and the fact that they're missing their emissions targets by 30%. That's only going to grow given AI. They're all going to have a problem, and they're aware of it. And it's not just an energy problem, it's also a water problem. As AI expands, it's going to create tremendous climate pressures, but it also is going to create tremendous awareness of corporations. Insurance companies, the casualty company, we work a lot with the Insurance Development Forum. They are very aware, and they're addressing it. And I'd say corporations, given things like we've seen with shocks in the cacao business and the cocoa business, you've all seen what happened. It's driving dramatic change in how they're thinking with supply chains, and we're working a lot with them. And for us as investors, that creates opportunity because we have companies like the largest chocolate companies in the world saying, help us diversify our supply chain. They're not doing it, again, to be noble, but if you do it right with them, you can build in multi-crop cultures, not monocultures, create fair income for farmers, and put in fruit trees that feed the local population. We're working, speaking of Brazil, 5 different projects with 3 different cacao companies in Brazil. Last thing I would say, generally, is I think we have to realize we have limited resources and we have to make choices. One of Gina's and my main topics. We don't have limitless renewables. We don't have limitless water. And we can't do everything. So whether, and for me, and we have a water crisis, as you've touched on, I think better than any group I've seen, we're gonna have to figure out, does that go for food? Does it go to make hydrogen? Does that go to produce other things in like microchip factories where we use tons of water to clean? So we're in a situation where governments and companies and communities are going to have to make hard decisions. California, governor spoke beautifully yesterday, but when forest fires go off, 3% of the cars are electric. They tell you not to charge your cars between 4 and 9 last summer. So think about that. We don't have limitless choices. Our resources are limited. So let me quickly give you an example of what we're doing. Cold chain storage in Africa. Huge problem in most of the developing world. So we're starting in Morocco, going to Senegal. We talked about that a little the other day. Morocco is 45% food waste. It's crazy. So we're putting in cold chain storage, some for local consumption, some for export, but also to deal with vaccine. It was, as you know, during COVID, people are trying to deal. We can make money doing that. We need cold chain storage everywhere in the world, particularly, again, in the developing world. We're working, and we're ultimately being Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia and other places in Africa. In Jamaica, we're taking 500 hectares of land that is abandoned sugar land and planting trees. And it is a resilience project because all the production will stay in Jamaica. I mean, they've got fertile land, but they import to 70, 80% of their food, which is crazy. So, and we'll put in cold chain storage, we'll put in local processing. We're working, this is something Bill Gates has actually talked about, this crop called fonio, but in Africa, Western Africa, we're working with ancient grains that if we can process them correctly are drought resistant, no fertilizer, hypoglycemic, and a combination of fonio, little plug for it to read about it. Carlsberg and Heineken both say it makes great beer mixed in with hops. They said it was better than champagne. We need to do things, and we can make money because where we would invest there is in the processing. Right now, and there's all women farmers, by the way, and it gives them extra income. They just plant it, but today it's manually processed, which makes no sense. So, and it's not economic. So we're working with a big Swiss company, which is known to do this, and there's fonio, by the way, for those of you who don't know it, it tastes great, like couscous, a little nuttier, but it's very nutritious, and it just will add income and resilience for farmers who basically, and as those of you know, West Africa imports rice. Huge import. Again, you think about this crazy supply chain. The horrible, non-nutritious rice, it's whatever they call it, split rice or something. Last one I'd mention is plastics. So we've, as an example, plastics are obviously very destructive. We have an ocean plastic problem. We're working with a company called Parlay for the Oceans, you may know, and really trying to roll it out globally to intercept it. At the same time, really try to encourage people not to use it, but then also work, it's mainly women who are the collectors, and the alternative is child labor, which when you hear about plastic recycling in the emerging world, it's normal. If you're making money, it's because it's made with kids collecting. That this company doesn't happen because it has partnerships with folks like Adidas, Christian Dior, et cetera, to resell at a high price, which make, as consumers, that makes it possible, and their network's going dramatically. So, collaborate. How do we do this? And what's the key? Collaboration. And we've talked about it. We have an extensive partnership with UN Development Program, the Inter-American Institute for Agriculture, Gold Standard. One of the things I'm most happy, we have a partnership with the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa, where they are basically our marketing partner to roll out new technologies as a way to scale. And that gives us, we're about to launch something which is high efficiency, energy efficient alternative to SpaceX in terms of giving high-speed broadband to people in remote areas. And we're starting with 3 cities in Kenya, which they've been our partner to do. And so that's a way to do things. We recently were on a mission to Comoros and the Maldives with UNDP as an example, where we are assisting in setting up a strategic plan for the government, which we would invest around energy, power, offshore, for basically small islands who are very hard to finance. So I think there's tremendous opportunity. I'm actually ahead of schedule. So I could keep giving examples. This is what I love talking about, but my main message is it is hard. 2 minutes. One of the things that I'm excited about is the leadership of the church in the moral aspect of this and telling this. We need stories. So why do we do what we do? And we're sort of a pioneer. We invested in sustainability in 2002. We used words like energy volatility, resource scarcity. I couldn't talk climate change. It took a while, 2010. But when we're talking emerging markets now, it's almost the same thing. I mean, there's a certain section, but I think this, and people think if you're somehow doing good, you can't be making money. But I think the ability of the church to convince people of the imperative of it and how it can make sense. Again, in some cases, you won't be able to do private finance, but telling the stories and magnifying those stories is really the mission we're on. And we view ourselves as pioneers. That's what the Green Climate Fund said to us. Be our pioneer. It's painful at times to be a pioneer. It's also rewarding. So I think working together, collaborating, science, social science, faith, and helping people. And the one thing that's missing, which comes through so clearly here, which we also talk often about, is people are missing. And it's part of the problem with, like, people love solar as investors because it doesn't involve people. But what you are all about and what's been so impressive in your conversations today is that it's about people. And it's, as someone who loves animals, it's also about God's biodiversity. But we need to tell those stories and magnify them. And the climate movement as a whole does a very bad job of that. So thank you.
There are many opportunities that you described, several of them here. And you also shared a message that it's hard, it's risky to invest, especially in emerging markets. But it's not only a need for investment in those emerging markets, but it's also a business opportunity. You shared with us partnerships with GCF, the Green Climate Fund, with the United Nations organizations as well, like UNDP, that are very interesting. And also you highlighted the importance of having co-benefit in the investment. So it's not only a business proposition, it's a proposition that also entails biodiversity outcomes and social outcomes and resilience. And you finalize with a call for the relationship between the church and investment and the role of a people-centered approach to this. So with those notes, let me hand it over to Michelle to manage the next speakers.
Thank you. And thank you again, Craig, for a wonderful set of insights. It is my honor to pass the microphone next to Tracy Phalangian, who is the CEO and founder of Social Finance, which is a nationally innovative finance and advisory organization in the United States that has been for some time building partnerships and investments to measurably improve lives. They pioneered the social impact bond, the career impact bond, and you heard, you might make the connection that our governor in this room 2 days ago now mentioned social finance as the vehicle and partner to launch her innovative new fund specifically around developing the green workforce. So we are so grateful for someone who is a published author, a very busy mom, involved in many things, but for me also a longtime friend and mentor, Casey Palangian.
Wu, thank you so much for that overly generous introduction. Yes, all of that, and it's almost like you're the sister I never had. I could be your mother, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it's an honor to be here with all of you. Thank you to His His Holiness Pope Francis, the Pontifical Academies, our chairs, Ram and Marcelo. Marcelo, your indomitable and indefatigable leadership has just been so inspiring to all of us. Thank you, thank you. The United States sit at a critical juncture as we do our part in accelerating the global transition to a future of net zero emissions. And we've talked a lot about in this summit to address the systemic challenges that are unique but interconnected, those beautiful words that Sister Helen said again yesterday. These systemic challenges are climate change, biodiversity loss, and social inequality. And in this Venn diagram, we at Social Finance are particularly focused on the aspect of social inequality as we work to create what we call win-win-win partnerships across all stakeholders to ensure that everyone benefits from the clean energy transition. And in particular, we're focused on what it means for workers, what it means to make smart investments in the clean energy workforce, as we simultaneously invest in our critical infrastructure and technological advances. I am so grateful to Governor Healy, to Chief Hoffer, and the entire administration for their leadership in positioning Massachusetts at the forefront, especially around our work in the climate workforce. As Governor Healy announced, Social Finance is partnering with the Commonwealth on what we call the Massachusetts Climate Careers Fund, an innovative first-in-the-nation program to prepare workers and equip them with the skills for the clean energy jobs that urgently need to be filled across the country and especially in Massachusetts in order to achieve our climate goals. Let me quickly explain why this fund is so important. We heard yesterday from Chief Hoffer that the first utility-scale offshore wind farm recently began operating off of the coast of Massachusetts. And with just 5 wind turbines right now, it's already powering 30,000 homes. And when it's completed, it'll power more than 400,000 homes, reducing carbon emissions by more than 1.6 million metric tons each year. Beyond reducing emissions, this project is also a catalyst for job creation and economic opportunity. With just this set of wind turbines, an estimated 3,600 high-quality job years are due in the pipeline. Now, as you appreciate, wind turbines manufacturing and maintenance requires specialized skills. If you've seen these wind turbines, a single blade is longer than an entire football field. They're built in massive warehouses, then shipped out to sea and assembled hundreds of feet above the ocean floor. And once in place, these turbines need routine upkeep alongside periodic upgrades when new technology becomes available. But here's the catch. There aren't enough people in the US trained to do this work. Whether it's wind, water, solar, geothermal, EV, the shortage of skilled workers to build, maintain, and upgrade these clean energy projects is massive. Often these are high quality, well-paying jobs that don't require a 4-year college degree. Wind turbine technicians make a median income of around $60,000 a year, which is 1.5 times that of the individual median income in the United States. The median salary for HVAC technicians is around $65,000 and quite similar for electricians and other clean energy roles. These are all great middle-class jobs with potential for upward mobility. But the middle skills gap is not just a challenge in the clean energy economy. The United States has been experiencing urgent labor shortages across industries. Indeed, as we continue to have a very low and historically low unemployment rate in the United States, we also have a very sustained high job vacancy rate with more job openings available than people looking for work. For example, in healthcare, we have an existential shortage of nurses. In IT, we have an urgent need to fill cybersecurity and other IT support roles. And in the next decade, it is estimated that we'll need over 30 million infrastructure workers to meet new demand and to replace retiring workers like technicians and installers and construction workers, and many of these are climate jobs. This, what I call the kind of labor market mismatch, this unfortunate dynamic is completely unsustainable. It's bad for business, it's a lost opportunity for workers, and it's detrimental to our clean energy future. Our workforce development system in the United States is well overdue for an upgrade. But how did we get here? To me, there are two main drivers. One, we don't spend enough as a country on workforce development, and we don't particularly spend it effectively. And two, the incentives are misaligned between workers, employers, and training institutions, with all the risks asymmetrically falling on the learner and little skin in the game by the employers. Historically, the United States has underinvested in workforce training programs. This stands in stark contrast to other industrialized nations. We allocate less to workforce training as a percentage of GDP, 1/3 that of the OECD average, 1/4 of this country, Italy, spends, and 1/6 of what Germany spends. In comparison, we spend 20 times more on traditional higher education than we do on skills training. While it might have been true historically, a 4-year college degree is no longer a sure ticket to the middle class in the United States. In part, this is because college degrees aren't sufficiently preparing our graduates for today's economy. And this kind of college for all mentality has contributed to an unprecedented student loan crisis with $1.7 trillion of debt held by over 40 million Americans. And while over 38% of Americans have college degrees, many more start and they never finish. Around 40% of college students drop out before they earn their degrees. And for those who do earn their degrees, many graduate without employable skills. Around half of college graduates are what we call underemployed, meaning that they have a job that doesn't need a college degree. And tuition costs, which are high, are only a small part, obviously a significant part, but not the most significant part often for students. Students need to take time off from paying work to get education and training, and then real life barriers come in the way, like lack of affordable childcare or lack of reliable transportation. These barriers disproportionately impact women and people of color, hindering economic mobility for these groups. So if we're to create an inclusive workforce, we need to provide more than tuition support to reduce the overall risk equation for people. And then finally, while employers are the greatest beneficiaries of a skilled workforce, they've been largely passive recipients of a talent system produced by the public system. We need employers to invest meaningfully in workforce training, informing curricula, engaging in career support, and actively recruiting from educational institutions. All in all, we can't achieve our climate goals without a workforce system that's effective, fair, and accountable. We need to rewire the system, or we risk moving forward with capital projects like that wind farm off of the coast of Massachusetts without the people with the skills to do the work. In Massachusetts, it's estimated that we'll need 34,000 workers to realize our climate goals by 2030. As Governor Healy said, the heroes of this clean energy revolution are the climate tech mechanics, installers, and technicians. Our task is to ensure that these opportunities are accessible to people. And this is why we're so excited about the Massachusetts Climate Careers Fund. It will help close the skills gap for critical green jobs, support a diverse climate workforce, and provide equitable access to good jobs. We're so grateful to you, Melissa, to the governor, and to the entire administration and the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center. And Melissa, Chief Hoffer, your leadership has just been palpable. You are the country's first ever cabinet-level climate chief, and you're orchestrating this whole of government approach, engaging with all your peers across the agencies, from energy to transportation to education and workforce development and economic development on this work. And this fund is really about the talent finance model. So what exactly is talent finance? Instead of issuing one and done grants and hoping for the best, and we know that hope isn't a great strategy, Talent finance models pool resources from government, private capital, and philanthropy to enable learners to gain skills and land great jobs. And then based on outcomes achieved, funding is then recycled so that more learners can be served. And this is how it's going to work in Massachusetts. Learners access zero interest, zero fee, outcomes-based loans to cover the cost of training. But we're also going to provide support for what we call the social determinants of work, the real-life barriers, like a car breaking down or losing childcare that easily derail people. We're focused on supports to help people persist and graduate, whether it's emergency aid funds, living stipend support, career coaching, and job placement services. Learners will be well prepared to begin in-demand clean energy jobs. Then, if and only if learners get a good job that is above a particular minimum income threshold, they'll repay just the principal with zero interest, or an employer will repay on their behalf as a way to attract and retain skilled talent. All the repayments will then recycle back into the fund to serve more learners into the future, amplifying the impact of each philanthropic and public dollar. Ultimately, this framework is designed to develop a robust pipeline of new workers to fill these roles. I want to underscore 4 key features that make this model unique. 1, it removes the financial risk from the individual. You only repay the principal if you get a great job. 2, it addresses the practical barriers that often get in the way of training. 3, it ensures that all parties, and specifically the employers, share accountability in the process. And then finally, the recycling nature allows dollars to go much farther to serve more people. Over the last decade, our team has been building innovative finance and talent finance approaches across the United States, at the state level from Colorado to New Jersey, and with the Google Career Certificates Fund, a national $100 million initiative to help 20,000 low-income Americans embark on tech careers to achieve $1 billion in wage gains. We've learned a lot, we've made a lot of mistakes, and that's why we're so excited to port all our lessons into the Massachusetts Climate Careers Fund. And throughout this conference, we've talked a lot about innovation, collaboration, and accountability. And we really believe that this cross-sector partnership with shared accountability has transformative potential. We are in a pivotal moment in the United States, and we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity thanks to 3 recently passed pieces of historic legislation: the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Act. These 3 landmark bills provide significant opportunities to strengthen people and communities through investments in a clean energy economy, catalyzing over $1 trillion in public and private investment. So, this is an opportunity that we cannot squander. If we are to invest and redesign our economy for a greener and more sustainable future, it needs to benefit the people who will power it. I'm delighted to join our colleagues from Massachusetts in advocating for a new path forward, and we hope that the Massachusetts Climate Careers Fund can serve as a blueprint for other communities, nationally and globally, seeking to align climate goals while also expanding economic opportunities for people, especially those who are most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy, for a wonderful presentation on reminding us that in order to reach the scale of infrastructure and societal change, we need not just to think about the sidewalks and the water absorption, but the actual human capital behind all of that. And so we hope that this seed of talent finance can also blossom around the world, and in changing the incentive structure for workforce development, that we'll be able to see Massachusetts leading the way there as well. Earlier this morning, I had the chance to visit I don't know what the word is in Italian, but I visited the youngest type of school here for basically pre-K through kindergarten, and I had a chat with the educators about the cost of higher education in the United States, and I almost had to sit down when I heard how accessible it is here in terms of the cost of going on to get all the facets of your education. So thank you for helping to close the gap for us. Next up, we get to hear a two-for-one, an incredible duo that is leading the way in Massachusetts, Jim and Kathy Stone. Jim is the founder and CEO of Plymouth Rock Group of insurance companies, formerly taught economics at Harvard, then served as an insurance commissioner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and chairman of the U.S. Commodity Futures and Trading Commission. Kathy is president of the Jim and Kathy Stone Foundation, an attorney who had a practice in environmental and administrative law, and close to my heart, served as City of Boston's first ever Chief of Environmental Services, where she launched Sustainable Boston and was part of the team that created the Boston Harbor Islands National Park, and the Boston Harbor's transformation from a polluted, dirty place that was the subject of many songs and the identity of the city to now a sparkling treasure really has come to your credit. Together, the two of them work on the Stone Living Lab, which conducts research and outreach to make vulnerable coastal regions adaptive to climate change while enhancing natural and built environments. And I want to personally thank them because, to be honest, when Marcelo first invited me and told me of this idea that I would have the chance to meet His Holiness and talk about climate, I really thought he was joking. And it wasn't until we all sat down for a dinner hosted by the Stones that I thought this might be real. And so thank you for once again opening doors.
There. First of all, thank you everyone for participating in this and permitting us to participate in this wonderful day. I'd like to compliment our chairman, Marcello Suarez Orozco, for his energy and enthusiasm, and Ram, if he's here, for all of his work on this project. As many of you have been saying throughout this summit, my husband and I firmly believe that our work toward a climate and resilient future is not possible without two things. One is the recognition that climate change is inextricably linked to inequality, and that the solutions are only going to arrive out of a complex interaction of expertise, people, and field in order to make the progress that we need. Our foundation is committed to building a more knowledgeable and inclusive society, as the mayor said, with a special emphasis on environmental sustainability and income inequality. So we're going to split our comments today and start with Jim, who's going to discuss the connections and interactions between climate change and wealth inequality, something when we started the foundation we didn't appreciate how important that interaction is.
Thank you. It's no surprise that most of the talks today about the harms of potential harms and actual harms of climate change are focused on direct physical threats, drought, flooding, human and animal habitat disruption, and the like. But I want to use my time today to talk about a less discussed subject, and that's the vicious cycle that arises between climate change and wealth inequality. As context, let me explain that Kathy and I agreed some years ago, we've been lucky financially and we can do some philanthropic work, that for maximum impact, our philanthropy should be tightly targeted, more like a laser than a flood lamp. So we each picked a single issue around which to center the bulk of our giving. Kathy's was sustainability and biodiversity. Mine was unequal wealth concentration. I spoke at this forum 2 years ago about that, about the harms, moral, economic, and political, that arise from excessive wealth inequality and the accelerating trend in that direction around the world today. And I'm not going to try to recount any of that. Let me only say that extreme wealth concentration runs roughshod over all of our better instincts for justice, compassion, and decency. It can render a democracy an empty fiction. It can stultify economies. I'm not going to, as I said, make those arguments again, But I will use my few minutes to argue the case that climate change is amplifying the already ugly trend towards wealth sequestration at the top, and further, that exaggerated concentration of wealth in turn hampers our ability to restrain climate change. The first of these twin assumptions is straightforward. The injuries of climate change fall unequally among economic strata within societies and among nations. It should be apparent that arid soil, intensifying winds, unhealthy extremes of heat, contraction of grazing lands, invasive diseases are affecting tropical nations more than those of us in temperate zones. Countries in the global south, already poorer than those in the north, have contributed the least to the problems of climate change and are suffering the most. And they're the least equipped to pay for the required preparation and adaptation. So even with today's expanded consciousness on the issue, the global most privileged 1% are still responsible for more emissions than the entire bottom half of the world's population. Justice surely requires that wealthier nations that have brought us to this point aid those poorer nations to adapt without asking them to sacrifice their own paths to economic betterment. Within national boundaries, the greatest pain of climate change also falls on those least able to bear it. Scholarship suggests that harmful emission-related inequalities within nations are just as great as those between nations. Poor neighborhoods easily become unprotected neighborhoods. The wealthy have vastly disproportionate access to air conditioning relief when temperatures are unhealthy, to foods that become scarce or expensive, to second homes, to employment in comfortable offices. We have to take great care not to impose solutions for the warming trends that tilt the costs even more towards the least financially secure. I'm happy to see that solutions such as carbon taxes, which are quite attractive and promising in many respects, are now being subject to examination for their distributed economic effects as well. Adaptive responses may need to be coupled with redistributive policies if they're to pass economic and ethical muster. Looking at this in the reverse direction, the reasons that wealth inequalities accelerate climate change are only slightly more subtle. As wealth becomes more concentrated, the most fortunate few can insulate themselves from the adverse effects of climate, and as a result, their empathy for others may diminish. Lack of common experience tends to reduce willingness to endure even modest sacrifices. Climate isolationism, unfortunately, appears to be on the rise now. Inequalities of means also shift political power to elites, to oligarchs, to neo-aristocrats, and the loss by degree of pluralistic influence over societal policies is a near certain negative for climate justice. Unfortunately, we're witnessing a worldwide acceleration in the flow of wealth to the top, accompanied by a decline in the willingness to accept progressive taxes for financing common goals, and a near complete rejection of what I think is the fairest tax, the estate tax, in virtually all of the leading economies. These trends can only diminish the cooperative efforts that have been talked about today and are necessary to secure resiliency. None of the central issues raised at this conference are easy to solve, and that brings me back to Kathy's and my approach in philanthropy. Wise and practical answers to the hardest questions surrounding environment and optimal wealth distribution remain elusive. While philanthropists cannot afford to pay for the physical protections that have been talked about and that our planet needs, we can help finance the academic work that's required to show us the best approaches. So Kathy and I have aimed our giving at universities, only universities, where the world's top scholars are seeking paths to a healthier climate and sounder distributional economics. In addition to the projects that Kathy has addressed, and that she'll talk a little more about, we've created 11 university centers dedicated specifically to the study of wealth concentration, 6 within the United States and 5 in other countries, and there'll be more. We've charged these centers with training a generation of scholars to tackle the essential questions around merging prosperity, resiliency, and distributive justice. Few accomplishments would make us happier than to feel that our sponsorship encouraged the development of a roadmap for breaking this vicious cycle afflicting climate and wealth concentration. With that, I'll stop and pass the microphone back to Kathy.
Okay. Now, the question is, what can philanthropy do in terms of climate change and solving the problems we've so eloquently addressed today? There are many things that philanthropy can do, but I'm going to mention just three. The first is that we can encourage risk-taking. In Boston, for example, we're looking at the role that augmenting barrier islands could bring, creating new islands, establishing sponge cities, as we've heard earlier, creating eco-reefs, and developing green seawalls. All of these things may fail in the North Atlantic, which is a much more hostile environment than many of these solutions have been developed in more tropical climes. The proof of concept is not there, but philanthropy can take the risk to see if they're going to work before you bring it over to government, which needs some support before they use the public purse. So that's important. Secondly, of course, we can provide some money for experiments such as our friend Tracy Palangian just described, where the way that Michelle Wu, our wonderful mayor, has reached out to the philanthropic community to expand cultural access in Boston, a program that is beyond today's discussion. So philanthropy can provide money. That's a surprise. And lastly, philanthropy can incentivize partnership. We're very keen to do so and can make it part of the condition of the grant that we bring in disciplines. I was so impressed the way Fiona's project brings in architecture, art, social science, ecology, and law, legal systems, and how you protect the poor. Those are the threads of solution, and philanthropy can make it a big portion of their push if they recognize the underlying necessity. I might give you a couple of local examples about what we are about. And one is the Living Lab, which is organized through the University of Massachusetts at Boston under Marcello's leadership. And the scientists there, including Paul Pershin, who's been here today, we are established to test and bring to scale nature-based approaches to coastal resiliency in and around the Boston Harbor, while engaging in place-based climate education and community-focused research in collaboration with local municipalities and NGOs. As of today, the lab has several projects, but I'd like to mention quickly just three of them, if I may. One involves the city of Boston, which is incredibly important. The lab monitors wave energy and storm information in the harbor. And at the request of the mayor, we focused in on some of the poorer communities of Boston. And in doing so, for example, there was a storm recently where we had the fourth most powerful storm and more flooding, and discovered where the flooding went and how it affected poor communities. This information was passed over to her team, which involved in creating models for corrections of these problems over the next 20 years. And so we've done that. There's a project dealing with living seawalls developed in Australia, where in southern oceans, the artificially created and designed attachments provide an ecosystem for flora and fauna in the ocean. And the question is, will they work in the North Atlantic? So we've installed 200 panels around the city of Boston and we're going to monitor it for 3 years and give a report back. And this is our biodiversity project. And the last is a project that deals with whether cobble berms, which are artificially replaced stones and rock, actually, will be a useful resistant to storms and flooding in 6 communities around the Boston Harbor. And so these are small projects, but they are going to generate great information. And if they can be used in other coastal communities. And on that score, ahead of time, I'm going to bring it to a close. It's just that we need philanthropy to bring people together in a way and convene people to have a greater impact than any of our single dollars ever could have. Thank you very much.
So now you all see a little bit of why I am so lucky in Boston to be surrounded by a tremendous list of partners. Jim, you taught us about how we need to find wise and practical solutions, which requires asking essential questions and having a roadmap to break that vicious cycle. And how lucky we are that, in fact, the 2 original tent poles that you chose around social inequality and sustainability ended up being one and the same. And Kathy, yours in some ways had a little bit of echoes of Craig's focus on proof points as well, really getting nitty gritty with aligning the incentives for risk-taking and experimentation and collaboration around things that are tangible and can make a big difference. So thank you both.
Okay, thank you. As the last speaker, I have the privilege of introducing Andrew Forrest. He's a good friend of Marcelo, I've learned. We haven't met in person, but I did a little bit of research on Andrew, and he's remarkable. He's a very successful businessman in Australia. He's in the Forbes list, but has moved on to become a philanthropist and has invested in a number of things, gender equality, climate change, and rebuilding Ukraine. And on a personal note, he's an amateur boxer. So that is, I think, a long time ago. So it's my privilege to give you the floor, Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a short presentation, which I'm just trusting is going to be put up on the screen. While that happens, I just introduced myself. I'm from the academic community. I'm a marine ecologist, and we research oceans and fight the hideous heat waves, which are much worse than anything we'll see in the terrestrial environment. And I'm a humanist. Thank you, sir. We measure modern slavery all over the world, and we had the great support of His Excellency Marcelo Sanchez almost 10 years ago to launch the Declaration Against Modern Slavery, which is the first ever, before a sense, of the great faith leaders of the world to declare modern slavery a crime against humanity. And since then, I've turned every energy I can to defeating what I think is a crisis to every organic being, and that is, of course, climate change. I see it as completely lethal. We have a very poor understanding, I think, of how dangerous it is, but one man, one great leader, gets it completely and also nails where the problem has been, which is the Latter Deum by His Holiness, where he fairly unsubtly takes you straight to the problem that the fossil fuel sector has glossed over this dramatically. It fights it. I think the first of the COPs, COP 1 to 27, were a complete joke, not nominating fossil fuel as the cause for global warming. And I'm just delighted that COP 28 did that, but we must now really embrace the fact that we as citizens of the world absolutely deserve a choice of energy. And I'm delighted, Antonio, with your legal reconstruction, deconstruction of the lot of dams. Andres, I have to say to you, you're so completely correct. If I could give you a shortcut for something which can be achieved, I think anthropologically it's clinically insane we don't have a major carbon tax right now. That would address a lot of the concerns. The climate crisis, I just want to speak to you as an ecologist for a moment, is like a big J-curve. It's getting faster, quicker. You're at 1.5 degrees. Don't listen to the IPCC, please. It's a consensus forum of governments. Ever seen a government make a decision when there's 3 of them? Try a couple of hundred governments. Okay? That means they're not going to tell you you're in 1.5 right now. You're in dire straits. What bothers me most, ladies and gentlemen, isn't your ability to adapt to heat. You can be in a heat chamber where this glass of water will boil. With no humidity in it, you're going to live. Not for long, but you'll live. Put humidity in that chamber, you're going to die quickly. That's where your DNA advantage ceases. Humidity's rising very quickly. Every 1% rise, it's rising 7%. You're now living in a world with 10% more humid than your parents did. That's dangerous. I can tell you we don't have a choice about this. Humidity shuts down your ability to cool your body, period. That's it. The biological mathematical certainty that you're going to die in areas of high heat and humidity. It's a ratio, very high humidity, low heat, 31 to 35 degrees, you're going to die. Takes about 4 hours, very painful. Get both, it'll take quicker, very painful. So I'm seeing deaths, we monitor deaths all over India and China. This is a really serious problem. We have to approach it straight away. We have to go to the heart of it. I'm grateful for all the projects we're seeing. Everything helps. But we've got to go to the heart of the issue. It's fossil fuel. And it's consumers here not having a choice between clean energy and filthy energy. And I'm sick and tired of fossil fuel companies calling themselves energy companies, because they're not. They're just dirty fuel companies. I think if truth in advertising would fix that quickly. So let me just say I've written a short video which I showed to the bankers of the world in Arizona only about 10 days ago. I was lucky enough to be speaking straight after Jamie Dimon, perhaps the most influential banker in the world, and it made the other 1.5 days of speakers have to rewrite their speeches because they're basically caving into climate change, saying, well, you know, we've got to be practical, economic growth and all that rubbish. I've got to tell you, it's not. It's a matter of life or the alternative. And so I just want to put my finger on it. Fossil fuels are causing global warming. The science is irrefutable. We can run around beating up those who consume fossil fuel, but it's going to get you nowhere. What you need to do is say we've got to encourage everything which gets made to be made without fossil fuel, or the energy we consume to be made without fossil fuel. We don't want what has supported economic growth for 2 centuries to be their only legacy, which is destroying the planet. So I say we cannot allow fossil fuel. I apologise for my friends in the fossil fuel sector in the room, but you have to become energy companies, not just dirty fuel companies. I want us all, when we leave the Vatican, have a simple message, please. Please ask your governments, your companies, when are you going to stop burning fossil fuel? It's a simple question. When are you going to stop burning fossil fuel? And ask for the choice. I want dirty energy or green energy. If you don't care, have dirty, that's fine. But if you want green, you've got to demand for it. Otherwise, you're not going to get it. So I don't think consumers should be blamed. It's very easy to say you've got to cut back on your car trips, not you've got to walk your kids to school for 5 miles, all the rest of it. Actually, you deserve to be able to drive your kids to school. What you don't deserve is to drive them to school and wipe out their future by having no other choice but fossil fuel. So green energy must be a choice. So I think you should trust a little what a person says, but totally what they do. I am a very large manufacturing heavy industry company. We burn 1 billion litres of diesel a year. By 2028, we've told the stock exchange 2030, got to have a bit of leeway, we will stop burning all fossil fuel completely. Zero. 4 years, not 4 decades. Zero. And thank you very much. And I want to get a little bit more passionate about this because I'm not seeing chief executives around the world following this example. I'm not seeing you holding them to account. Yes, I appreciate these speeches, but I now want action. I want you to hold your chief executives to account. When you hear someone say, look, I just can't stop doing what we're doing. I'm going to have to leave it till 2035. We're going to have to leave it till 2030. You don't understand. We can't actually switch things off. Just say to them, you're right. You're right. You can't. Get on someone younger who can, right? Leave the stage. Leave the stage. All right? Okay. So I want to tell you about one company. This is Australia's third largest taxpayer, started 20 years ago. It's also the highest performing shareholder return in Australia's stock exchange in decades. We're not a philanthropic group. We're here to show that going green is sustainable, that this is what the world must do, and this is what we are doing. We're a technology group which got into the world's most protected industry, export iron ore, monstered by 3 huge companies, we're now the 4th, through technology. Rapidly, sustainably, globally, we applied technology. So I just want to say, 2020, we locked our company in. We had a chairman, a chief executive, a group who said, right, we're going to stop burning fossil fuel through invention. 2022, we announced pathway to zero pollution, not net. Net's a con. I won't get to that, we don't have enough time, but it's a con. We create real solutions. By 2030, ASX, we're on the hook here, we're going to switch off all diesel and gas. Just want to show you what that looks like, if I could. Well, thank you. I'm going to try and keep the time as quick as I can. We have 3 very large projects. You had a look at one. I want to show you 2 others, one in the global north, one in the global south. These are really big green solutions. Just make sure I'm going the right way here. We're decarbonising the mining industry, the shipping industry in that video you saw, the steel making industry I want to take you to. Heavy truck industry you saw, the rail industry you saw. These are interesting inventions. They use gravity and they use ammonia to have 0 emissions all over the world. In other words, all heavy industry. That means the cars you drive, what you make your houses out of, they can all go green. The best example is green iron. It's the biggest by weight product on Earth. The joint venture between us and China, we currently export as a country nearly 1 billion tonnes of iron ore. China consumes around 1.6 billion tonnes. So I'm talking practical measures here, ladies and gentlemen. Steel production, that's 8% of global carbon emissions. We're developing a bilateral development agreement to supply green iron. So Fortescue aims to not ship any more iron ore, but only to ship green iron, eliminating nearly quarter of a billion tonnes rather of carbon every year from what is currently being emitted into the atmosphere. It's simple. It's mining, renewable power, green hydrogen, which I'm a fairly big fan of, and green shipping. This has led to the fertilizer industry, absolutely key across Africa to food production, between a bilateral between us and Morocco, public-private partnership. We are joining forces with the state-owned OCP, world's largest fertilizer company, and it's quite simple: green energy infrastructure, upstream manufacturing, and R&D decarbonisation. So that, not to get too long-winded, but Europe needs green electrons, green hydrogen, green ammonia to go green, and green fertilizer. We intend to supply that. That is how Morocco has the highest solar and wind intensity in the world. It's right under the nose of Europe, yet it's a stable economy. It has easily enough power to produce 500 terawatts of energy each year. Just to let you know how big that is, that's the same as France and Germany, but 100% green. It could distribute that easily to Britain from that industrial corridor, Marseille to Lyon, to Italy, to Germany, to Netherlands, and the United Kingdom, pushing the world to go green. These are $100 billion projects. That's quite, I know that sounds like a huge number, but we've spent, invested, and borrowed that much in Australia already to build that company I showed you. Borrowed nearly 100 billion. Fortunately, we've paid it all back. This is rare. And we are empowering the greening of Morocco and Europe. So that's what I wanted to leave you with. Business and political excuses must be over. I want you to hold our feet to the fire. Demand the choice, green or dirty. It's up to us. I have 10 seconds left. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, what a fantastic presentation to end this session. Andrew said that fossil fuels to blame and action is needed. And he showed a very concrete example of something at a scale. It's big, big. So 1 billion liters going to 0 emissions. That's very audacious, and we can see the images and can congratulate you. And not only in Australia, but also in Morocco and other places. So I think it's a great example that shows how going green can be a good business option, and having a visionary business person like yourself is very inspiring to all of us. So with those notes, let me open the floor for questions. All right, many questions here. Okay, so why don't start on this end here? Have Zamani, and then Joaquin, and then I go from here to there. Joyce also had raised a hand in the previous session, maybe. Zamani, and then I'll go there.
Quality. Because most people keep on confusing the two. For instance, correctly you said carbon tax would be effective if the problem were one of income inequality. But with wealth inequality, is totally counterproductive. That is very important. So a remark also to Kathy. You correctly spoke about the philanthropy, but it seems to me that what you are doing and what you are realizing is much more than philanthropy. Because strictly speaking, a philanthropist is somebody who provides somebody else with resources, monetary or in nature, and simply ask the evidence of what's been done. But you do much more than that. Because it seems to me, if I have understood correctly your presentation, your strategy is one of community building strategy. So perhaps you need to change the name. Also because, as you know, 3 years ago, the president of the Ford Foundation in America published a book entitled Against Philanthropy. And he's the president of Ford Foundation, exactly using this argument. He said, because philanthropy is too little. On the other hand, to Andrew, a question. How do you account for the fact that your colleagues, in metaphorical sense, tend to resist what you just said to us? Why they keep on interpreting their business activity which was proper at the time of the first and second industrial revolution. But today we are in the fourth industrial. So what is your explanation why they are so stubborn to understand what you have been able to obtain? Thank you.
Questions. I'll ask you to take note, and then so that we can collect a number of questions, and then you can give an answer that includes all of it. So, yes, please. Yeah, please. And Joyce, and Joaquin. So sorry, let me go from here to there. So Joaquin first, and then I'll go from there to. Okay.
Tracy, I was impressed by your case study because creating jobs and the education and skills behind it brings us very close to the how of the implementation action which we need for the transformation. I want to inform not you, because I'm sure you know it, but the rest of the community, that there is a larger global trend in this direction. The Biden administration in 2022 issued its biomanufacturing and biotechnology circular bioeconomy executive order, and underpinned with lots of resources. And the somewhat surprising development is that simultaneously China did the same. That comes 10 years after Europe issued multi-billion-dollar investment programs on circular bioeconomy. And now at least 20 other countries have gone this direction. So we are on an interesting pathway of transformation, which we, I think, have an opportunity to connect more between local level initiatives and national level initiatives around the globe. Maybe that's something for the follow-up to our meeting.
Thank you, Joaquin. Marcelo. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, and the other for this very nice speech. I think that the date that you put, 2030, could be very good, but maybe we can think, let's say the Pope the other day when the inauguration of the whole year, the 2025, we need to have the idea to make all the change in the 2000 years of the redemption of Christ. That is 2033, because we think about it. So maybe also the other work that we do together against the new form of slaves, also this, and also the work to the oil, we need to put the date of 2033, because it's the date of the redemption of Christ. Thank you very much.
Okay. Joyce, and then my friend over there.
So thank you so much for the very interesting presentations. And really, this question is going to Andrew. And thank you so much for what you're doing and really trying to and really going green as much as you can. Very impressive in what you're doing at the moment. And I could see that you're starting to transfer or try to transfer some of that expertise and technologies to parts of Africa. And I could see that you've started doing that in Morocco. And I think for the most part of these discussions since Monday has been about Africa being, I mean, these technologies exist, these solutions are there, but really it's about the capacity of some countries to implement these very good technologies, these green technologies, or these solutions that we want to adapt to the impacts of climate change and to empower communities. And so I was thinking whether you've thought about East Africa, for example. Do you have any plans of expanding to other regions of Africa? And yeah, so that's the question that I wanted to pose to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You have the floor.
Sorry, microphones are messing up. Thank you very much, co-chairs and all the presenters. I mean, these are very brilliant papers and presentations today. So let me go back to you, Tracy, and I'll go straight to the questions for the interest of time. I'm very much interested to what you mentioned in terms of the cost differential between training workers for the green jobs and what it costs actually to train a qualified university degree, people. So I'm asking this because we do have a partnership with MasterCard Foundation within my institution to actually create 1.5 million, jobs in the agri-food sector. So I have two questions to you. Number one, do you have an idea of how much it costs to create a dignifying and sustainable green job, the way you are calling it? That's number one. Number two, which type of institutions are you working with actually to train these skilled workers? I know you are mostly working in the infrastructure sector, but I wanted to borrow it probably in the agri-food sector as well, because we're still thinking about creating green jobs also in the agricultural sector. Over.
Thank you. Professor Lee?
Thank you very much. My comments are two. One is about equity in climate action, and the other is energy transition. Professor Hosselt mentioned very eloquently about this equity aspects of the action, and in fact, all the analysis assessed by IPCC and others indicate that the global benefit of such action outweighs the global cost. And so the question is then, that would individual benefit be greater than the mitigation cost that has to be paid by each individual? And free ride enters into this question, and the best option for individual is to, I don't pay and you pay, and I enjoy the benefit of improved climate. And so if that continues, then no action and delayed action is the outcome, and that's the rational outcome, unfortunately. So that means everyone has to take action, and everyone has to pay in an equitable way. And equitable in a sense, not only for current emissions and future emissions, but also the historical emissions, and political process there has to be involved. It's a very sticky, long process. And my second comment is about the energy transition. Energy transition, we talked this about for the last 2 days, right? Certainly a solution for a climate crisis, but I'm sure we will create another crisis by pursuing solving this energy crisis through energy transition. Because this current energy transition requires a critical minerals, someone mentioned critical minerals, expanding at least 7 times the current level we see today. And these critical mineral deposits are located in the areas highly vulnerable to the climate, but vulnerable to the environmental and other ecological hazards. So will this rapid exploitation of these critical minerals be done with least damage to the environment and ecosystems? So there's no assurance that this will be the case. And the likely picture will be a tremendous ecological damage will happen due to this rapid extraction and refining and supplying of these minerals. And this is one of the one of the 3 factors that Professor Hussel indicated as the underlying factor for current climate change problems, the market system, which runs on a technocratic paradigm that prioritizes efficiency above all everything else. So what to do about this technocratic paradigm? The Lauda to see elaborated extensively on the downsides of this paradigm and provided guidance to reduce its adverse impact. And yes, all right, okay. So certainly, right, okay. So we need to consider how to couple our economic system with the natural system so that we will operate in a closed-loop economy. Professor Von Braun just briefly mentioned the bio-based economy. That's just a good start, very good start, and we need to develop on that process. Thank you very much.
Challenge because there's several people raising their hands and they're standing in the way of coffee, and the Italian coffee, as you know, is fantastic. So, so I would like to invite you to do something between 30 seconds and 1 minute. So I start with Herman Benjamin, and then Philippe, and then a colleague here. So very sharp question, please.
It's not a question, it was a comment. So I wonder if my interpretation of your suggestion includes comments. So in fact, I have 2 very brief comments. When we speak about the impact of economic activities in climate change, one of the areas that we don't realize that contributes enormously to climate change is precisely mining, for the amount of energy that is consumed. So before us judges, and Andres is here in front of me, often the first defense that we see from a clever group of lawyers is that my client does recognize that this is necessary, but it's not feasible. So the type of narrative or story that you bring here is hugely important because it discredits those that say we recognize it's necessary, but it's not possible or it's not economically feasible. Can I have the second comment, very brief, because it addresses the combination of Kathy and James' analysis. Usually, when we speak about wealth imbalance, we think about financial imbalance. But nowadays, even in law, we, in schools, we talk about natural capital. So it is possible to include within the rich-poor equation the natural capital. And not just the natural capital in terms of accumulation, if you have a lot, others don't, but also in denying and taking away through the use of the courts the natural capital that people have for generations, like indigenous people. So you thought you were dividing the two areas, but in my view, you are very close.
Thank you so much. Well, you can imagine how difficult our job is, right, Michelle? So many insightful comments that we have here. But I'd like to invite Felipe and Romina to share the questions over coffee so that we have time for our speakers to respond as quickly and as concise as possible. And then I hand it over to Michelle to wrap it up. Andrew, would you like to begin and maybe go from there?
Why don't your peers follow suit, sir? Very quickly, you don't hold us to account. As the good judge said, we listen to, oh, it's not feasible, it's too hard. I'm really asking the global population to hold us to account now. The technologies are there. They're not great. They're the police system of old before we got to the motor car, but they still stop you having to carry huge weights on your own. It's enough to get going. And of course, when you get started, you get smarter and smarter and smarter. So I just say, my peers do not do this because we in this room and broadly neighbours without borders, sir, don't hold people like me to account, and I want to be held to account. Marcelo, 2033, you're famous for this. I completely agree. I would like to see, if we're going to put up with this word net, it should be 2033, not 2050. Get people to work, you know. And as I say, if you say you can't do it, when a good judge, someone says, well, it's not feasible, just agree with them and say, well, get someone who can. Because they're there, you're just standing in the road of them, taking control of your company and doing it. And that goes for some of the great Brazilian companies, and you can be assured I know a couple. Africa, Joyce, I absolutely invest heavily in Africa. I have difficulty with sometimes how things get done in Africa. It's a bit of a moving feast, these agreements. But if we can get sovereign risk guarantees, then we can raise hundreds of billions of dollars. We can take financial risk, we can take marketing risk, engineering risk, construction risk, every kind of risk you like. But we can't take sovereign risk in the business sector. I ask the multilaterals and governments to stand up and say, there is enough capital in the world to turn the world green. We're just asking the business sector to take a risk they can't take. Because a country will barbecue a company, but they will not barbecue another country or a host of countries. So we need sovereigns to accept that so the business sector can release trillions of dollars to send the world green with risks they can do. Finally, just to say, I feel that the time has come that we do hold politicians, business leaders to account. It isn't good enough to fly here from California and admit you only do 3% of your cars. It's not good enough to say you can do 2050 when there's young people in your organization who could do 2030 or 2035. It's time to be held to account. Thank you.
I just will say to Stefano's question, we believe that you cannot make change, at least in our community, without interacting with the community and bring them in the process. We have an education component, so even as the information begins to be produced, for example, by the lab, it gets shared with young people. And we have a teacher institute every summer, which takes the information about what's happening in the harbor into the schools. And we can think that that's how you give money.
Very quickly, thank you for the excellent comment and questions around the United States education and workforce system. I would just make 2 quick points. Number one, we really need to interrogate the model that we all grew up with, which is that you go to school, you get all the skills that you need for life, and it's a one and done, like one meal. I think with the technological advancements, with the quickly evolving economy, our skills need to be continually upgraded. So the idea that the 4-year college degree could be broken up into credentials and badging and stackable credits is something that a lot of really interesting institutions are experimenting in the United States, and I think it holds great potential. Part of this experience is also the role of the employers vis-a-vis formal apprenticeships. Unlike European countries, only 0.3% of the American workforce are actually engaged in formal apprenticeships. So that model needs to be more invested in the United States. And then finally, to your question about what exactly are these pathways, I care less about the corporate form of the institution. Some people will say for-profit entities are horrible. Only go to a Title IV nonprofit or public institution. Some people say that don't go to these short-term nonprofit programs. I think they're all viable, and we should only measure all of these pathways with one thing. What are the outcomes? What is the return on investment? And make sure that these outcomes are transparent so that people can make better decisions.
I would just add one thing to what Andrew said, because his company's done amazing technology. But these technologies exist. Fortescue probably has better ones in a lot of areas. But this is not a technology issue. It's a bit of a people issue. We need to train them. But with the right leadership, with regulation, the right financial incentives. I mean, there will be innovation, but innovation's not stopping the change. We have the technologies we need. Witness what you saw.
Thank you very much. We've heard bits and pieces of this throughout the last few days, but what this session really crystallized for me is a delightful, infectious impatience that each of these speakers is demonstrating. And with apologies to our WHO director for using it, I think this is something that we want to be contagious, to spread everywhere. So it reminded me of the last lines of the poem that American poet Amanda Gorman recited at the most recent inauguration for President Biden, when she said, "There is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." So thank you to all of our speakers for being it and everyone here.
Coffee time. Grazie.
Okay, if we can gather, please. Is there people still out there? Yeah. Okay, tell them that. Hello? Can we please? Can we please get started? Can we please get started?
No, I can see Pegasus run, doesn't seem to come, then it's no problem. I can go back. Or do you think he will come back?
I don't know what he is.
You don't know what he is. Then I can sit here. He had asked me this morning to change because he has to go off now.
Yeah, yeah.
Is he already 80?
I think so, yeah. I think he's about 80.
Very impressive.
He's a wonderful man.
Yeah.
I think he's my guru.
He's a good one. I can imagine.
Okay, everyone, please. May I kindly ask to take a seat? Virgilio, you're chairing this session. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, it's fine. Okay, thank you so much.
Well, yeah, I think you are still supposed to share this. Okay.
Well, there is an interesting say which is always we leave the best to the end. So now we're going to have a chance of listening to the youth leaders that have been invited to give us a message. As we all know, the future belongs to the children, and we have a unique opportunity of listening to their voices. So this is something that the Academy is fostering a dialogue of generations. So we have 8 youths. I don't know how you have organized yourselves, if there's an order. Anna, do you want to help me with this? What is the order? And Lais. Okay. Now you speak with the microphone because of translation, please. So you have the floor, Katarina.
I'm going to start. I'll be the moderator of this incredible panel. And hello, I'm Catarina Lorenzo. I'm 17 years old, and I'm from the northeastern part of Brazil, more specifically Salvador, Bahia. I am also a professional surfer, big wave surfer, and also a competitive surfer. And I'm also a global climate activist. At 12 years old, I filed a complaint called the Children versus Climate Crisis Petition in the Committee of the Rights of the Child, where I spoke with 15 global children at the UN, and it was on the issue of climate change and children's rights. I'm also a member of the leadership team of Air Oceans, part of the child advisory team of Child Rights Connect, member of the SOS Vale Encantado Group Collective, and I'm doing a fellowship in UNICEF for the Leading Minds Climate event. Finally, I'm the founder of Eco Clube Sustentare, which is my sustainable and environmental educational project in Brazil. On behalf of Aluna Foundation, UCLA, University of Massachusetts at Boston, and UCLA Lab School, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to bring our voices to this important summit for climate crisis to climate resilience. It is with great honor that we are here with your excellencies, mayors, governors, scientists, and academics. We, the children, we are the most vulnerable for the multiple crises that we're facing today. Our education is affected, our mental health is affected because climate anxiety is a problem, our health in general is affected, and I think most importantly, our childhood experiences and development is affected. We are facing the consequences of problems caused by neglected responsibilities of past generations. We are said to be the future, but who's taking care of our present? According to UNICEF, 1 billion children face extreme risk to their ability to survive, grow, and thrive due to exposure to the impacts of climate change. That means that nearly half of the world's 2.2 billion children are living in areas of extremely high-risk climate events. These areas are not prepared to face this event. We're talking about places with no basic sanitation, no access to water, and with precarious education and healthcare. We are also talking about places of indigenous and traditional communities, where the destruction of the surrounding areas or areas within those communities leads to biodiversity collapse and an increase to vulnerability. This data has been available for a few years already, but yet only 2.4% of the main climate funds support programs that consider children and our specific needs. How can effective action happen if there is no support or finance? Right now in the summit, we have the opportunity to discuss and deal with the present threat, which is the climate crisis. I hope that with this panel, you're able to understand how us, children, view this poly crisis we are facing and what solutions we believe should happen. Hopefully also inspiring you all to join us in our effective action for creating a better tomorrow. Now to start, beside myself, beside myself and my incredible colleagues who are joining me today, I would like to present an important message from 25 children from 12 countries, presenting their concerns, ideas, and solutions for real issues related to climate negotiations. We would like to share with you all the video called The Important Stuff, which is a film that was produced by Instituto Alana and also UNICEF to raise awareness, engage, and sensitize delegates and negotiators to child rights and climate action. This film was first screened at the Climate COP28 in November last year, and we bring it here today as another way of amplifying children's voices and inspiring you all. The video will play now.
It's a lot more hot. Tá queimando aqui na frente da minha casa, bem aqui.
waxay nuu saameeyeen abaartii oo kale biilaan ayaa nagu dhacday waxaan dareemay baahi iyo cabsi weyn.
É chuva todo ano. São casas destelhadas todos os anos.
Jer je sve bilo drugačije tada kad se desila ta poplava. Morali smo da se iselimo iz domova, da idemo u druge gradove.
dadka weyn cimilada waxba ma aysan ka qaban.
فلوس كتير لكن زمان لو كانوا عملوهم من بدري ما كانش يحتاج كل المبالغ دي.
I bet all they do is fight about, I think we should do this. No, I think we should do that. No, I actually think we should do this.
طبعا لو ما اتخذنا إجراءات لتغيير المناخ راح ندفع الثمن في المستقبل.
Well, no offense, but you guys only have a few years left to live. And meanwhile, I'm 11. I have my whole life to live and I want to live it.
Adultos, se vocês não estão lembrando, vocês têm que cuidar das crianças.
وأنا نحن لازم نحافظ على بيئتنا لأن هذا كوكبنا نحن ونحن لدينا المسؤولية لكي نحافظ عليها.
Stop fighting for once and let's focus on the important stuff.
Que culpa que eu tenho de morar na frente de um rio aberto? De eu dar água suja para minha filha nos tempos de tempestade?
يفبيت كتسكايت نو تنين كسا سايرا ناكيلا كارامبولا يتوم ساي مete fumeca ou sair na tica.
Se vocês continuarem queimando, a gente vai morrer nesse calor.
Stop talking about and actually do it.
Klimatske promjene su mnogo moj život upropastile, moglo bi se reći.
I hope you were touched by this video as I was. And yes, I'm the moderator of this panel, but I would also like to ask for a moment where I can also share my own experiences as a climate activist child in Brazil. For me, nature has always been my safeguarding space. My childhood took place in the middle of the Atlantic forest and Bahia beaches. For me, climbing a tree was normal. Stopping cars for wildlife to cross streets was normal. Taking care of nature was normal, because taking care of nature is taking care of myself. Jesus himself said that we should love others the same way that we love ourselves. This includes nature and all life on this planet. I never realized how privileged I was until much later. I never realized that not every child had the same opportunities as me until much later. Even if the right to a safe, clean, and healthy environment is a child right. The more I grew up, the more I saw changes start to happen in the ecosystems I grew up in. Oceans were more polluted, especially because in my city, the local government opens up sewage tubes when it rains a lot and dumps it all on the rivers, polluting entire beaches. Because of this, I can't get into the ocean. I can't practice my passion in my sport because I can get sick. But the worst part is that the life of the location gets destroyed or intoxicated. Traditional fishing communities and people like my grandfather, who depend on the fish he catches to eat, are impacted. When I was 9 years old, I felt another consequence of climate change. I felt the ocean water temperature rise to an extreme high temperature, even when I dove and touched the sand. And I also saw the coral reefs of a natural coral reef pool that I spent my entire life white, like a skeleton. They were dead. But it does not stop there. Recently, a huge heat wave hit Brazil. And one of the places impacted was my city, Salvador. The heat waves were so bad that I had a really hard time concentrating on my studies, and I couldn't stay home, so I had to run for my refugee, which was nature. Happily, my first activist fight that I'm part of until today, actually, is the protection of a local forest called Vale Encantado in my city. Together with the beaches is one of my favorite places in the world and a place that I went to during the extreme heat waves. What would I have done if it weren't for the forest? What do other children do when they do not have access to natural biodiversity places like Vale Encantado in the middle of the cities? This is why it's essential to protect the biodiversity as a top priority of countries and states. Yet, if the biodiversity was destroyed, then it has to be restored. Education, more specifically climate education that empowers children for green skillings, but also teaches them about climate justice, is also essential. Policies and laws that make responsible big pollution corporations and incentivize innovative sustainable local businesses is also essential. And finally, we're on a child panel, so it is essential that high-level spaces include children meaningfully. To finalize, I would like to call attention to a problem that's happening in Brazil right now. If you're not aware, Rio Grande do Sul is suffering from a huge flood. More than 150 dead, more than 150,000 families without a home. And you can actually support Rio Grande do Sul right now by making a donation to trustworthy organizations. Yet, you can also support them by working towards mitigation and adaptation for the climate crisis, by listening to science and to youth and children like us who have protagonized the climate fight, warning us of catastrophes like this. I pray for Rio Grande do Sul, and I hope that those who are here today can come out of these panels with a vision of the world that children want to live in today. Thank you. Well, now I would like to invite my colleagues who are joining me today to share with us their message. We are representing the children from all over the world, bringing our voices to such an important event. With that, I have the pleasure to invite Lou Lipman, a 12-year-old with origins in the United States, Bermuda, Mexico, and Guatemala. A sixth grade UCLA Lab School student, Lou Lippman is passionate about raising awareness about climate change and encouraging others to take action. Lou has been working locally in Los Angeles, speaking at multiple marches to support climate resilience. They aspire to be an international advocate for the environment and for environmental justice. The oldest of three siblings, they play the flute, love being outdoors, swimming, hiking, and reading. Thank you, Lou. Please take the floor.
Hello, I'm Lou Lippman, a 12-year-old. My pronouns are they, them. I've lived most of my life in Los Angeles. Living in the sprawling city of Los Angeles, I have grown up with pollution, water contamination, oil drilling in the middle of the city, fracking, factories, and more cars than people. Just outside of Los Angeles, California is a desert and Mediterranean climate that is home to some of the largest commercial farms in the world. These farms are full of foods you probably enjoy, like oranges, rice, almonds, and pomegranates. All of these plants grow and thrive in California, but they are not native plants. They make California prosperous, yes, but they take water from natural resources and aren't good for those areas. One of my favorite parks in Los Angeles, Kenneth Hahn, has oil drills less than 50 meters away. These choices made are all reflective of the values of excessive consumerism. Los Angeles has the highest amount of nitrous oxide in the USA, one of the leading chemical human-created causes of climate change. Me and the people in my life have experienced impacts due to climate change. Just 3 years ago, Los Angeles was in an extreme drought of over a decade that caused horrible air condition and extreme heat. Kids in my class were experiencing huge asthma attacks due to this heat. And at the time, I was 9 and did not know or did not understand what was going on. Around the same time, we also experienced historically large fires that destroyed some of my classmates' homes. School was also canceled due to these fires. In the past 2 years, we have experienced atmospheric changes that have caused lots of rain. This led to an unnatural swing in weather and caused flooding, freeways falling, landslides, flooded streets, and school to close again. We've had trees fall in our school due to the drought weakening the roots, followed by flooding. The trees falling have blocked play areas and canceled playtime. These impacts of climate change have become the new normal for me, my friends, and kids around the world. The USA has spread the idea of excessive consumerism to the world, including urban pollution and extraction of natural resources. All this urban pollution and extraction affects other parts of the world. When urban pollution gets to parts of the world that are less populated with more natural resources, those resources are impacted hard. Water usage in Los Angeles and California doesn't come from the ocean. Water comes from faraway natural resources, destroying them. Our consumption causes carbon emissions. These carbon emissions and extractions of resources reach rural areas, which add to deforestation already happening. This becomes a vicious cycle of deforestation causing heat, which causes carbon emissions, which causes more deforestation, and so on. The same is happening in the oceans. Our urban actions lead to unjust impacts across the globe. As children, we have inherited a dying planet. We're young and want to grow old on a beautiful planet. You created the rules, and you should be the ones to fix it. We have the right to grow up healthy and able to learn, not worried if the planet will be there for us as adults or for future generations. We, as kids, have the power, chance, and responsibility to make change. You should be the ones fixing this. You created the rules, but we can break them and remake them. Because if we don't stop climate change, it will stop us. Please make the change we need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Lou. What an impactful statement. And yeah, if we don't stop climate change, it will stop us. And now I want to invite another 12-year-old, Carlos Bautista, also from UCLA Lab School, from sixth grade. Carlos Bautista hopes to have a positive impact on the behaviors of others when it comes to environmental issues. His environmental activism was in part inspired by various classrooms and teachers' activities, including his works on projects related to air pollution and the LA River. The oldest of three siblings, Carlos enjoys being outdoor, playing soccer and swimming. He also loves puzzles and games, as well as playing the piano and violin. Please take the floor, Carl.
Hello, everybody. I'm 12 years old, and my name is Carlos Bautista Reyes, and I am from California, Los Angeles, exactly, and I have some roots in Mexico, too. Flooding is one of the most common and coastal natural disasters in the world. The risks of flooding, wildfires, storms, droughts, and rising sea levels are impacting climate change all over the world and in my immediate community. According to NASA, sea levels have globally risen about 5 to 8 inches in the last 100 years because of the major changes in our climate. These changes are not slowing down anytime soon because of our irresponsibility and careless behaviors by us humans. The heating of our Earth has caused our oceans' waters to increase by 0.13 degrees Fahrenheit every decade. This might seem like a small increase to some, but just this amount of change is causing the ice caps to melt in the Arctic, not only impacting the life of the animals living there, but also causing the sea levels to rise. This rise in sea levels impacts places around our world, like New Orleans, USA, Venice in Italy, and also Amsterdam in the Netherlands, causing horrific floodings and endangering the lives of many. While my immediate community is not impacted by flooding, I have been impacted by increase of torrential rainfall due to atmospheric rivers, a newer phenomenon in Los Angeles. In previous years, our community was suffering from a drought where the trees in my school were becoming weaker and weaker because their roots were suffering from lack of water. With the heavy rains, the weight of the water at the top of our large redwood and eucalyptus trees have been so heavy that the weakened roots were not strong enough to hold this added weight and caused them to fall unexpectedly, putting my friends and I at risk, but also sadly losing some of our trees in our environment. What we need is movement to combat such drastic changes in our climate. We need people, communities, states, and countries to work together to reduce the use of fossil fuels, excess gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, which pollutes our air and plays a role in warming our atmosphere. Families and children can help in the small but impactful ways like using bikes, scooters, and skateboards, and even public transportation to get from place to place instead of always driving their cars. Then you could grow from there as the communities work together. These small changes make big improvements in our world. I want to I want to call to action to anyone in the world to help us send a message to come together to combat climate change. Our earth is dying. Many do not want to believe or face this fact, but this is real challenge we have. I haven't even lived half of my life, and my future and the future of our generations after me do not look optimistic or even possible if we don't make changes now. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Carlos, especially for touching upon the topic of unity and for doing this incredible call to action. Now, moving forward, it is my honor to invite 18-year-old Danisha Howard Oliver. Danisha is a senior at BCLA McCormack and has excelled academically as a student in Boston Public Schools and has been an honor roll student throughout her educational career. As a senior, Danisha has already begun her college journey by taking a course in business science. Danisha feels we must have a sense of urgency when thinking about climate change to create a better environment for future generations. She is enrolled in an environmental science class this year where she has deepened her understanding of how politics plays a role in our thoughts, beliefs, and climate. You may have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm hoping that you guys are all enjoying the panel so far. When discussing the topic of climate change, there's a big conversation that comes along with it. In Boston, Massachusetts, there's construction being done all day throughout the city. When construction is being done, a bunch of those fumes are contributing to the greater cause of global emissions. Certain places where construction sites are taking place also have a very huge population of homeless. A factor that the city doesn't consider when deciding to have all of their construction done is how it will affect people who unfortunately live on the streets. With these constant construction sites, the air is very, very difficult to breathe in. Additionally, sudden changes in weather can cause a greater harm on farming and other activities happening in the United States. These changes can cause severe problems for our food supply and money that people will invest in for growing these foods as well. The goal is cutting higher percentages of carbon. What I know about climate change is that it's quickly taking over and destroying our world. There are multiple factors that come along with it, such as greenhouse gases, solar radiation, and human actions as well. One of my main questions when talking about climate change is, what was the turning point that caused all of this chaos and consequences that we do know of as today? The answer is us, humans. I will never understand how, as a society, we barely take affirmative action to see some positive improvement in climate change. There will always be people of higher power who undermine the catastrophic effects of climate change. This worries me because the mistakes that we don't improve today will only be passed down to future generations and continuing to worsen our planet. I believe that this is important for people to learn about because, especially in the United States, we have had multiple $1 million weather and climate disasters only within this past year. Some ways I think we can reduce climate change would be trying new ways to reduce greenhouse gases, using solar panels, and restoring the marine ecosystem. I will go through many obstacles to better our world to make it a safer place for my younger nieces and cousins to live in the future with minimum worries. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much, Danisha. I thought something that really resonated with me was when you connected the problems of affecting the farming and how this affected the populations in the big cities as well, showing how we're all connected. And thank you so much for sharing your experience in your community. Now, I have the pleasure of inviting also 18-year-old Sashoy Sanchez, who is also from Boston, but originally from Jamaica, and is also a senior at BCLA McCormick. She also excels academically as a student in the Boston Public Schools and has been an honor roll student throughout her educational career. As a senior, Sashoy has already begun her college journey by taking a course in medical sciences. Sashoy is interested in climate change, expressing that we must have a sense of urgency with efforts to reverse the effects caused by our daily lives. She is taking a course in environmental science this year, where she has developed an understanding of the changes in weather patterns caused by daily human life. You have the floor, Sashoy. Thank you.
Hello. As Katarina mentioned, I'm originally from Jamaica, but I now live in Boston, Massachusetts in the United States. Although I've lived in the United States for a long time now, I've only recently truly learned about the matter of climate change and the severity of it. For those who may not be familiar with the term, climate change is when the Earth's temperature increases and stays at that level for a very long period of time, affecting not only the ocean levels, but crops, animals, and plants, air quality, etc. Growing up, I heard a lot about moving to Mars in years to come, but that wouldn't have to happen if we as a collective came together and collaborated in order to fix our home and make it as healthy and sustainable as it was before we tainted it. I believe climate change should be addressed more often in a more serious and urgent way. Although some people may not notice the effects of climate change and global warming, it truly does affect our day-to-day life a substantial amount. Climate change can lead to weather changes. For example, a season that's normally known for its cold temperatures could be becoming warmer, leading to a more extreme change in the ecosystem. Everything in the ecosystem is connected. Therefore, everything will be affected by the change in the climate. My thoughts on climate change are simple, really. I wholeheartedly believe that we as humans are the cause of climate change, and just like we are the cause, we can also reverse it. As I've learned in my environmental science class this past year, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, and an increase in weather events are only occurring due to our lack of understanding and awareness about the situation we are putting the Earth in. With the amount of greenhouse gases that are released into the atmosphere every day, we are bound to lead our home to becoming inhabitable for the coming generation. The planet is something we should all be treating with the utmost of respect, and it's taken entirely too long for us to realize this. Some things we could do to implement a change would be adding more forestation. Locations with trees take in carbon dioxide in the air and it'll clean it, releasing safer and more sustainable compounds, such as propane, for example, back into the atmosphere. Additionally, another change we could implement to reduce climate change would be to decrease the amount of greenhouse gases we expel into the air and lessen the amount of carbon dioxide we use. There are many ways we could go about doing this, but to start off, I'd suggest we begin by using less fuel for vehicles. Instead, we could invest in more affordable electrical cars that would not require gas, ultimately leading to cleaner air. Some more additional ways in mitigating the effects of climate change is transitioning to renewable energy such as solar, wind, and hydroelectric power, enhancing energy efficiency in buildings and modes of transport, protecting the wilderness that is still around us, and ensuring that it is growing, and simply just advocating for climate change and bringing attention to the issues that the planet is facing is more than enough help towards reducing the impact of climate change. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sashoy, for that statement and also for sharing your view of solutions that can be taken. Now we are going to have my fellow Brazilian. Important to say that if you don't understand Portuguese, you'll need translation. But my fellow Brazilian, Maria Helena Garrido, she is also 17 years old, born in the Amazon and raised since her earliest days in Tumbira community, Iranduba, which is a sustainable development reserve in Rio Negro. She is a young riverine woman of mixed indigenous and white ancestry, leading a very simple life, but of great cultural value. Since childhood, she has been participating in events and initiatives within the community. She is a student at Thomas Eugene Lovejoy State School, where she is pursuing her high school education. Among the various projects she participates in are Forest Reporters, focusing on digital communication for youth, the Artistic Training Program in Cinturita, the Sports Project Let the Mana Play, and the Agroecological Practices Project, focusing on rural development strategies and sustainabilities from a multidimensional perspective. She also participates in church activities and in the photographic essays of the Enchanted Beings Project. She enjoys soccer, studying, cooking, and crafting. Finally, she's the daughter of Isolina Garrido, and she accompanies her mother whenever possible in activities related to caring for people in the environment. Thank you so much. Pode começar a sua fala.
Olá, pessoal. Eu sou Helena Garrido, tenho 17 anos e venho de uma comunidade ribeirinha chamada Tumbira, localizada na Reserva de Desenvolvimento Sustentável no Rio Negro, no município de Iranduba, estado do Amazonas, na Amazônia brasileira. Represento centenas de jovens e crianças ribeirinhas, indígenas, quilombolas e de todos os grupos que vivem na mais diversa Amazônia que existe no Brasil. Venho de um lugar onde os rios são nossas ruas, nosso alimento, nossa vida. Venho da floresta, onde as árvores são nosso oxigênio, e venho trazendo comigo as lembranças de 2023. Um cenário onde o reflexo das ações humanas afetou a vida de todos os ecossistemas. Tivemos a maior seca de todos os tempos, vi rios mortos, animais agonizando, peixes morrendo, pessoas passando fome, sem comida, sem água e sem oxigênio. Vi crianças e anciões, vivi e vi junto com eles a falta de tudo, principalmente a falta das vidas. No Brasil, cerca de 40 milhões de crianças e adolescentes estão expostas aos efeitos da crise climática. Temos estiagens prolongadas e enchentes descontroladas, o que muitas vezes nos impediu de ir à escola ou acessar outros direitos básicos. Fica difícil pensar no nosso futuro como jovem. O que teremos, o que as crianças terão? A escassez da abundância toma conta do mundo. Muito ar e não podemos respirar, muita água e não podemos beber, muita comida e não podemos comer. Não podemos plantar e criar, muita terra e não podemos viver em segurança. A destruição da floresta amazônica afeta não apenas o meio ambiente, mas também a conexão emocional e espiritual dos jovens com a natureza, principalmente a minha. O que para muitos apenas é uma casa a ser defendida, para nós, a defesa da casa é da nossa casa de acolhida. A responsabilidade de cuidar da casa comum deve ser de todos, tem que ser planetária. O planeta é a nossa casa e tudo que tem vida tem direito de existir, tanto nós, humanos. Gostaria que houvesse menos guerra por poder e mais luta pela vida, que lutassem pela vida, que lutassem conosco, que defendessem conosco, que ajudassem a proteger e cuidar das pessoas. É importante que as gerações mais velhas e os jovens trabalhem juntos na busca de soluções para os problemas ambientais. As gerações mais velhas precisam garantir um mundo habitável para as futuras gerações. As mudanças climáticas mudam tudo. A nossa resiliência de enfrentar tudo com fé em Deus é o que nos mantém com a esperança de curar nosso planeta desse poder de destruição. A mudança deve acontecer enquanto há tempo. Precisamos da ajuda de todos e possamos ter uma história para escrever novos capítulos da existência da vida humana e de todas as formas de vida em abundância. Obrigada.
Eu quero, primeiramente, nossa, que fala forte e essencial. Muito obrigada por compartilhar sobre a sua experiência com os impactos da seca e como isso impactou sua família. E me tocou muito quando você falou que a gente precisa de menos guerra de poder e mais luta pela vida. E agora, I'm gonna switch to English. Now, I'm finally pleased to invite Francisco Vera. Important to say that if you also don't understand Spanish, he will be giving his presentation in Spanish, so maybe you'll need translation. But Francisco is a 14-year-old from Colombia. Francisco is a defender of human rights, climate justice, and peace with nature. Creator of the Eco Esperanza Con. He's the founder of the Guardiãs por la Vida movement and the Goodwill Ambassador of the European Union delegation in Colombia. He's also a child advisor to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child for General Comments number 26 for children and the climate, and the ambassador of Our Voice, Our Future campaign of the European Union Diplomatic Service. He's the first UNICEF Young Advocate for Climate Action and was awarded at the Youth Activist Summit, YAS, 2023 by UN Geneva, Switzerland, for his contribution to a more inclusive society with climate and social justice. Finally, he participated in COP26, 27, and 28, and in multiple advocacy spaces demanding children's rights and climate justice. Thank you, Francisco. Gracias. Puedo hablar.
Bien, muchas gracias y muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas los presentes. Como todos sabemos, ahora mismo pues la humanidad entera está pasando momentos muy difíciles, momentos verdaderamente duros, llenos de dificultad y turbulencia, así como desesperanza y oscuridad, guerras, hambre, también bastantes violaciones constantes y periódicas a los derechos humanos, así como a los derechos de los niños y por supuesto un deterioro ambiental considerablemente significativo, ¿no?, que nunca antes habíamos visto y producido por el ser humano, ¿no? Una triple crisis planetaria, una crisis que contiene tres elementos esenciales: la pérdida de biodiversidad, el cambio climático y la contaminación. Esos tres elementos, y si nos fijamos, todos los problemas, los retos que he mencionado, tienen una característica en común, y es que amenazan a la vida, amenazan la existencia precisamente del ser humano y de la humanidad entera, el futuro de los niños precisamente. El día de hoy yo quiero traer a la mesa que la crisis climática, la crisis planetaria, es una crisis de los derechos de los niños. Y por supuesto, como se ha dicho antes, estos actores de todos los, digamos, de los grupos poblacionales y etarios más afectados terminan siendo los más vulnerables, los que más expuestos están a riesgos y violaciones precisamente de sus derechos, como a su vida, su bienestar, la educación. Les hace falta tener acceso a servicios esenciales y sus necesidades están desatendidas, como lo decía, no solamente por la crisis climática, sino también por la guerra. Ahora mismo estamos viviendo los momentos, los niveles de violencia más altos desde el fin de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, precisamente. Más de 55 conflictos armados activos ahora mismo. Gracias. Más de 55 conflictos armados activos ahora mismo, tanto internos o entre dos o más estados. Y un genocidio en curso precisamente en Gaza, una población civil indefensa, la cual está siendo constantemente sometida a bombardeos, hambre y también desesperanza. Así que los niños del mundo, el reto de los niños del mundo es precisamente luchar por sus derechos y por su futuro, así como por su esperanza que les ha sido quitada históricamente. Vivimos en una sociedad basada en el patriarcado y creo que de ahí proviene el problema. El problema no es la crisis planetaria, es la consecuencia de un problema, de un modelo de sociedad que pone a las mujeres, a los hombres por encima de las mujeres, a los adultos por encima de los niños, así como a los seres humanos por encima de la naturaleza. Y se ve en la potestad de maltratarla, destruirla y explotarla. Así que es el momento de... Muchas gracias. Es el momento de replantear esa sociedad. Ese es el llamado que quiero hacer, replantear nuestra sociedad hacia una sociedad biocéntrica, que ponga en el centro a los niños, a la vida, a la paz y a esos valores y principios que hemos perdido como humanidad y como sociedad y que hoy nos tienen precisamente donde estamos. Es un momento de reflexionar y, como lo ha dicho el Papa Francisco precisamente, de pensar, de decir qué cultura queremos, si una cultura para la vida, de la vida, o una cultura para la muerte y de la muerte precisamente. Ese es el mensaje que yo les quiero traer el día de hoy aquí y instarlos precisamente a incluir a los niños, porque los niños no solamente somos el futuro, también estamos y somos el presente. Eso quiero que quede muy claro, porque aquí estamos para traer un cambio. El presente y el futuro nos pertenecen y es de todos y no podemos dejar a ninguno y a ninguna atrás precisamente por sus derechos y por su futuro. Y también una sociedad que pierde la esperanza ya no tiene nada que perder, ¿no? Es una muy buena frase en español. Cuando se pierde la esperanza, ya no hay nada que perder. Por ende, el reto de nuestra generación es la esperanza. Y creo que en Jesucristo, de hecho, encontramos una gran fuente de esperanza. Porque la ecoesperanza, ese concepto que de hecho está aquí escrito en mi libro, no sé si lo voy a alcanzar a mostrar, aquí está. La ecoesperanza es una esperanza basada en acciones y una esperanza basada en la naturaleza, una esperanza que se aferra a la vida frente a esa declaración de guerra a la vida, como lo hizo Jesús resucitando de la tumba precisamente. Así que mi mensaje sobre todo es eso, luchemos por la ecoesperanza y quiero terminar con unas palabras muy sencillas. Nuestro presente y futuro recae en sus manos. No permitan que la historia los recuerde como aquellos que permitieron este atentado contra la vida. Cuentan con millones de nosotros alrededor del mundo para enfrentar los retos de construir una sociedad biocéntrica con ecoesperanza. Esta es la declaración de la ecoesperanza de Guardianes por la Vida, así que recuerden, ecoesperanza es el mensaje. Muchas gracias.
Well, I think everybody can agree that this was a powerful message, huh? And thank you so much for bringing the concept of the ecoesperanza, because we really need hope in this moment. And I think we, the children, are part of bringing this ecoesperanza into this fight. So thank you so much. And well, also, in addition to thanking Francisco, I would like to thank Maria Elena, Sashoy, Denisha, Carlos, and Lou for this incredible statement. But we're not over yet. Okay? Now we're actually going to have some questions from me.
to three of the panelists, and hopefully, if we have time, some more. And I would actually like to start with a question to Lou. Lou, you mentioned many ways the climate crisis has impacted you, but I was wondering if you would also like to bring some solutions.
So, hi again. We can do the little things like being conscious when we buy, reusing and passing down clothes, composting, recycling, and riding bikes. Or, as kids, we can continue to do the big stuff, marching, striving, and striking for new systems and more fair, safe, and healthy habits. And we will continue to do this stuff until we see the amount of change we need. We can be your allies or fight against you as world leaders. We need to change the views of the world and the effects of our actions in our everyday lives. Many of you have power, so please don't make excuses and use that power for greater good and for the future of our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lou. And now we're gonna have another question. And sorry to pass through the questions, it's because I'm trying to get best questions for all the panelists. But now, Sashoy, you have actually mentioned that you are originally from Jamaica. Would you have any experience you would like to share of living in Boston but coming from another country?
So I am originally from Jamaica. I moved up here when I was 4 years old. And what I can say the biggest difference between Jamaica and Boston should be is the weather. I don't know as many of you know. It has been getting increasingly hot in Boston. It's kind of sort of like I'm back in Jamaica. But unfortunately, not only is the heat increasing, but so is the water level. I live by the coast of Boston, so there's a lot of water on that area, and any type of rain, it's going to flood. Unfortunately, that is the life that I and so many other people are enduring, but I can say that these two places are becoming very similar in a negative aspect.
Thank you so much, Sashoy. And now we're gonna have a question to Maria Helena, which I'm gonna ask in Portuguese, and is also gonna answer in Portuguese. Então, Maria Helena, você comentou sobre os impactos da seca na sua comunidade. Pode falar um pouco mais sobre como essa seca especificamente impactou você?
Provavelmente eu sou a única menina daqui que veio representar o Amazonas. Passei por uma série de dificuldades junto com meus irmãos e várias outras crianças no Amazonas. A gente apresentou, no meu discurso eu disse que a gente passou por alguns impactos bem ruins, mas o principal foi os traumas físicos, emocionais e socioeconômicos significativos para os habitantes na região amazônica de onde eu moro. Que também impactou, eu parei de estudar, fiquei sem estudar a metade do ano, durante 5 meses no máximo.
Muito obrigada, Maria Helena, por compartilhar essa experiência. E agora, switching back to English, and now we're gonna have a next panelist answer a question. So, Carlos, I have a question for you because I heard that you commented a bit on how there was a tree who fell in your school due to a climate hazard. Would you like to comment a bit more on how you felt with that experience?
Yeah, thank you, Katarina. Yeah, I actually was a witness of when a tree fell down in our school. It's actually been it's been like 3, I think, trees, and they were big. I've been a witness for one of the branches that actually fell down. It was we have 3 yards in our school, and this one landed in the play area where the 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds actually play. So I actually witnessed when that actually branch fell down, and luckily it didn't hit anyone. But when I saw that branch fell down, I was like, whoa, that's scary, because my sister actually plays in that playground. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad nothing happened, because I love my sister with all my heart. And It actually alarmed me, and I think it alarmed other people around me actually eating, and it actually like shocked us like really bad. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And now I actually have a question for Danisha. We actually were discussing before how in Boston, you mentioned some air pollution problems. How did air pollution affect you and your family?
Okay. So with living in Boston, transportation has always been a sort of issue. And I have always been a bus kid, whether that be a school bus or the MBTA bus, which is just public transportation. Also with the construction sites, they do happen literally throughout the entire day from early in the morning up until probably like maybe 11 o'clock at night. And with some of those construction sites, it really does happen near my school since I do go to school in a public area. And we have to walk kind of around of those construction sites. And it could be very much of a hazard because of the thick air. Sometimes you have to try to breathe through your mouth instead of breathing through your nose to get some sort of, I don't know, like actual oxygen in your body because that's how difficult it is to breathe. And then there are also kids who do have some sort of health condition, whether that be asthma or just any heart condition as a whole. Because myself, I do have a heart condition called cardiomyopathy. And sometimes, well, luckily now I don't have major problems with my heart condition, but even with those kids, it could be any minor cause in the air that could have them have some sort of heart attack or some asthma attack that could be very severe and most definitely could be life threatening. So I feel like we do have to have some safer resolutions when it comes to air pollution because I know we want to better our city, especially with the roads and building new buildings to bring in new resources for our kids, but we do need to prioritize their health and their safety as well.
And finally, our final question is for Francisco, who I think we all have seen is the creator of the concept Eco Hope, Eco Esperanza. And I actually wondered if you wanted to elaborate more on that.
Bien, gracias. De nuevo, I will be speaking in English, in Spanish. Bien, yo creo que respecto al concepto de ecoesperanza es muy importante mencionar que la ecoesperanza no niega la situación pues caótica que se vive. En mi país decimos que el sol no se puede tapar con un dedo, porque el sol es gigante, ¿no? Entonces, el problema ahí está presente, el reto ahí está presente, pero debemos utilizar la fuerza y la potencia que tiene el problema para contrarrestarlo, para transformar nuestro mundo y hacer de nuestro mundo un mundo mejor, utilizando la fuerza del problema. Es una cuestión muy simple, de hecho, y tiene que ver con digamos, la ciencia. Voy a tomar esta hojita de aquí, y miren, la hoja de aquí, ahora, pues, es normal, ¿no? Digamos, pero ahora la voy a doblar. Ahora la hoja, inicialmente, solamente tenía un grosor, tiene el doble de su grosor. Ahora la voy a volver a doblar y ahora tiene 4 veces su grosor, ¿no? Ahora la voy a volver a doblar y ahora tiene 8 veces su grosor y la voy a volver a doblar y ahora tiene, además de 8, 16 veces su grosor. Si la doblamos unas más de 100 veces, llega hasta la luna. Eso es crecimiento exponencial. Entonces, además, la ecoesperanza es exponencial, como una pandemia. Y mi invitación aquí es poderles decir, ustedes salen de aquí, cuéntenle a otras 3 personas más y pídanle a esas 3 personas que les cuenten otras 3 y otras 3 sobre la ecoesperanza. Una ecoesperanza basada en acciones, porque podemos creer, pero si no transformamos esa creencia o ecoesperanza en acciones, nada sucederá, precisamente. Eso es lo que se necesita, acción real, precisamente. Y además, pues finalmente, una ley también física de Newton. Cada acción conlleva su reacción, precisamente, en su misma magnitud. El problema tendrá una reacción y la reacción debe ser contundente. Una reacción colectiva y que fomente la cooperación. Necesitamos cooperar. Esto ya es una cuestión ni de las edades, ni de dónde somos, ni en lo que creemos. Es una cuestión precisamente que va más allá, que abarca toda la humanidad. Así que eso es. Muchas gracias.
Well, I think after listening to these powerful messages, I believe a reflection should be made. Children usually are talked about as the future, yet we exist in the present. We are here right now. This was something that was emphasized not only by me, but by many of my colleagues today. UNICEF data actually shows us that 99% of children in the world today are already exposed to at least one major climate event or environmental hazard or shock or stress. That is why it is essential that we take action to ensure a healthy, safe environment for all children. For the first time last year, in over 3 decades, the UNFCCC decided to integrate consideration of children's vulnerability in well-being, and the negotiators agreed to convene an expert dialogue this year to discuss the climate crisis's disproportionate impacts on children and to also review relevant policy solutions. The climate crisis is a child rights crisis because the lack of climate action violates children's rights. The climate emergency we're facing today requires us to join forces. We need to put all children's rights to a safe environment at the center of all decisions around the world. Not one, not two, I mean all decisions. It should be a topic that everybody is not only aware, but willing to act together to change it. Brazil will be the home to next year's COP. COP30 will happen in Belém do Pará, in the heart of the Brazilian Amazon. And with that in mind, here comes an idea, but also a request: the implementation of the first COP of children. For the children of all around the globe, for the children of the global south, and also for the children suffering impacts of the climate crisis, such as the children in Rio Grande do Sul. We need to be considered. Our rights need to be assured, and we should always be included in decision-making spaces like the COP. We hope that this is a legacy of COP30, a COP for children in Brazil, thinking and acting for children in the present so we can dream of a future. We are aware of His Holiness Pope Francis' commitment to protect children. In 2015, he issued Laudato Si, which is a major encyclical on the environment, offering a hopeful vision that challenges all to better care for our common home. Last year, His Holiness Laudato Deum emphasizes the urgent need for immediate effective action to be taken in response to the ecological crisis and climate crisis that are developing in the last years, sadly. It is with deepest respect that we, the children, urge His Holiness to protect children in his next encyclical. Our rights need to be protected. Our voices need to be heard. Our actions need to be seen, and our demands need to be taken into consideration, because children of today are going to be the future of tomorrow, and we should not discuss the future without those who are going to be the ones inheriting it. Thank you.
Well, I did say that we were going to have the best session, and I think everyone agrees that that was one. Thank you so much, Katarina, for a wonderful moderation. Very well done, very well done. Yes. I think when COP, Catarina, ótimo. Well, Catarina, I think when COP30 comes, if the president of the COP has any health problem, you can take over the moderation, the presidency. I think very brief comments. I think the call for a children COP is wonderful. I think it's something to be considered. The message that the climate crisis is a children crisis, I think it's very powerful as well. Lou mentioned that if we don't stop climate change will stop us. I think that's also very powerful. Carlos Bautista said, change now, right? We have to do it. Danesha said climate deniers will pass the problem to future generations. That's also very powerful. There are a lot of climate deniers around the world. They're just sort of passing the problem to the future generations. Elena said about fighting for life, as said by Pope Francis. And Francisco, just amazing speech, all of them fantastic. It's really encouraging. And I think I could say on behalf of my colleagues here that we are all subscribers of Eco Esperanza after this meeting, right? I mean, there were so many powerful messages from business, from science, from all kinds of, from religious leaders in this meeting, that mayors and governors as well, that I think we are going to walk away from this meeting with Eco Esperanza. So we're going to be followers of Francisco. Our small Francisco, we have the big Francisco and the small Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Obrigado. Fantastic. Beautiful. You spoke the truth with beauty, with passion, and with an open heart. Thank you. It is my pleasure now to turn the microphone to someone who doesn't need an introduction. Reggio Children has been a beacon for the world on how an approach to education that heals the world and educates the whole child for the whole world. Carlina Rinaldi is president of the Fondazione Reggio Children, Centro Loris Malaguzzi. Our teacher for all of us on what it means to educate children.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. You personally, all of you, and thanks to this wonderful group of children, I was involved trying to support them, but they were amazing and much better doing as a group and in a group. Their message was so strong. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot, also from my point of view. And thanks again to all the members of the Pontifical Academy of Science and Social Sciences, and to all these wonderful people that I had the opportunity to meet during these days, and today's especially. As Marcelo, I hope, yeah, I am president of a foundation, but I am from Italy, from Reggio Emilia, and today is especially important from my point of view, because we today, this important session has been the demonstration, is totally children-centered. And that means that we want to look at the children with new, different eyes. Children are based our relationship in Reggio Emilia. We try to be children-centered. But what does it mean? Children and adolescents are put at the center as a starting point for a new, peaceful, cultural regeneration, a sort of quiet revolution. I use in a provocative way, but they were able to demonstrate how strong. And it's been quite shocking for me the first time that I met them in a call to see how powerful was their message. Because they made the revolution in yourself. You change your role as adult. You are not necessary that one that has to talk, to teach, but that one that can learn from them. Is a new balance of power, is a really new provocative perspective. So easy to kick them back. It's so difficult to welcome them because the real or another perspective to see the ecological hope and the ecological revolution is the ecology, is our personal and group ecology. We have to change all the equilibrium. I should try. No. What they offer us is a complete change of paradigm, because we have to learn to trust them. They trust us a lot. They offer us the generous way of looking at reality, the holistic ecological approach. They offer us empathy, that one that is so physical, eyes to eyes. And this is why we have really to embody this kind of revolution, not only external, inside ourselves. For this to happen, in our experience, has been indispensable to develop a special pedagogy, to initiate a credible process where to practice this pedagogy of listening. What does it mean? It means to value interdependency, reciprocity, emotion, empathy. But what means really to listen? How do we get to reach the dimension of reciprocity in which the adults revisiting together with the children their role as a constructor of knowledge and culture. Listening in our perspective is not weird. Listening is a metaphor. As availability to the others, waiting for the others, listening means giving value to the others, importance of the others, of the otherness. To listen, the deep listening is to be ready to change. In this accepting them, the encounter with the other, and then the real encounter with the other can change you. And this is also the reason why we are here today, to show the way in which and the way which we have not only to listen to the children, but to learn from them, because they are the best listener of the nature. Children listening to the nature. When we talk about the 100 languages of the children, it means that the children are able to use another way of constructing relationship with the living elements, with life. Children is not, we cannot continue to say children and nature, human being and nature. We are nature, and the children are able to become nature. To share why I'm telling you this, to try to explain better the meaning of listening, also as a pedagogical and didactic approach, where not only the children learn from the teacher, but especially the teacher learn to be a teacher from the children, this really peaceful revolution also in the schools that are indispensable part of this. We have to look at this video. Sorry, I made a mistake. It's a video made in Reggio by our teacher that use it as a way of teaching or learning from children and create a contest where the children can learn. Is a way to support the original research of children. Children are the most natural researchers because they bring us wonder, curiosity, enthusiasm. This is a part of a daily life video that the teacher made for parents, for themselves, for professional development, and what is more essential, for sharing the power of childhood as an amazing resource for the future. This is the power of this, in my opinion, video. To start, maybe, also. And the video is coming. Remember that in Reggio we have 75 nations. It's not a school
Per me un
for
bosco
special
è una
children.
specie di città con gli alberi. L'albero dà alle foglie l'allegria. Io vedo l'albero dentro la foglia. Gli alberi hanno una memoria per sopravvivere, ma anche per far crescere le foglie. Ma hanno un cervello gli alberi? Sì? Sì, ce l'hanno. Sì, io so come è fatto il suo cervello. Hanno il cervello di legno. Gli alberi camminano sui rami. Un pochino, gli alberi hanno le rughe che li rendono più interessanti. Le radici degli alberi devono essere più a zigozago, così hanno più nutrimento. Le radici sono attrocciate, vuol dire intrecciate. Sottoterra le radici si incontrano e ci parlano. Parlano l'alberese. Forse gli alberi parlano con le foglie. Forse così. La voce degli alberi è la bellezza. La forza degli alberi non è come la nostra dei muscoli, ma la loro forza è la forza d'animo. L'albero ha come amici il sole, le nuvole e le stelle. La luna! Il vento. Il vento si sventola. Per fare un habitat hai bisogno di cibo, acqua e aria. Se non ti stai bene, devi andare a vivere da un'altra parte. L'habitat è tipo un posto che puoi vivere in santa salute. Il mondo è nato con l'aria. La vivenza è una specie di aria che è dentro gli esseri viventi. È dentro a tutto e a tutti.
In the video. Each of you has a different culture or discipline behind, but you can feel the human behind each child. We were and we can be what they are. That is right. Our need to make a step back, to take with humility a step back is not easy. I can guarantee. To work with a 5-year-old every day really stress you a lot because they change you. Their provocation is deep. They bring you what we need: empathy, emotion, vibration with the new nature and with the others. We really we have to have the strength to do this, taking them by hands and walking in the nature into the future, step by step, with our children, because they are our treasure. And please, please, invest in education, qualitative education. I cannot decline now what it means, but the quality of education is the step. Schools are indispensable place where to start the renewing of societies, but also society has to take the responsibility of changing school and together with the help of children. Really, this experience where I have been working for about 50 years and working with the teacher, parents, and citizens of this place, we had the opportunity to change not only our personal identity, but also our identity as a community. Nowadays is indispensable, really, were to listen the voice of these children, to have the courage to create pleasure of listening, of learning for all of us. And by end, thanks to our children, our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlina. I like to invite Marianne Wolf, a member of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences.
I'm going to stand up because I'm too short. But all of you know I stood up in a standing ovation for all of you. I am so happy. But I also want to say something that connects our whole day with you and Carlina Rinaldi, who is one of the greatest teachers of our world. But it begins with actually Justice Benjamin, who's not looking at me this moment. He's caught like a student. And I want to remind us all of what he said about home. You have given us a wonderful definition of home. Justice Benjamin, you reminded us of the various definitions of home. But I turn to Marcelo. I turn to Helen, to Cardinal, and to Ram. Oh, Ram. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, who together, especially in the morning with Mary and Carola and Fona, have made us all a home together. I could not be more grateful to all of you to feel we have a new expanded home. And now, turn my slides on, please. And where is the clicker? We will need the clicker. Oh, Georgiana, my dear friend, who I'm so happy to see here. Yes. So I'm coming to you from UCLA, where my talk is going to use California as an example of how we could potentially propel our youth to be like all of you. And Carlina, you said, how can we make education something that will be this great reciprocal? I study language. I study written language, oral language. I never thought I would use this quote, but because of you, I want to, and especially Carlina, what you said about education. Flaubert said, language is that cracked kettle that we beat for bears to dance to, all the while we wish to make music that will melt the stars. That is what we want. Education, the study of language, the use of language, the use of written language to propel music that will melt the stars. Now, I have to give you a traditional talk. Actually, I should, because of my colleagues from UCLA, and because Marcelo lured me to UCLA, telling me that LA was better than Boston ever could be. 18 months later, he's in Boston and I'm in LA, happily. But it is in this context that Marcelo brought me, and that is because literacy is a basic human right. The UN has said that, we all know that, but we don't know the deep meaning within it. But I would suggest to you, since Ram asked me to give a talk on climate literacy, to suggest to you that it is part of the transformation process. Now, I'm using a book by Roxana C. about California's fight against the sea as my beginning of a hinge moment that we're all part of. Everyone here is about knowledge, its transformation into action. We are the first generation to feel the consequences of a warming planet and the last generation that can steer a different course for you, our children. You who are sitting in that row have now become ours, and it is a happy parentage, I will say. But we have another figure, if you will, who gave all of us a way to think that has been different. And many of you are quoting the various encyclicals, but this one essay really made me feel so much. It's how I think about what's happening today. Where the danger is also grows the saving power. That's the genius in the human story. There's always a way to escape destruction. Where humankind has to act is precisely there. In the threat itself, that is where the door opens. For us, for those of us here who are using knowledge, I use Alberto Manguel, who I just saw a few days ago, who used Kipling's story, The Eye of Allah, to say, for the pain of the soul, there is outside of God's grace but one drug, and that is learning, that will propel the action of his, her own mind. That's really what I want to think about as all of us gather our thoughts, these last talks, because we're going to be reflecting on all the things, but it's using knowledge, it's using learning to change our mind. And here is, this is a stolen, not a borrowed, this is a stolen slide from Frank Niepold, who some of you know, who's in climate education and the workforce. But he pulled together all these various things that help us build climate literacy. And I don't know if Marcus Coleman is here. Marcus, I don't know. But when we talk about faith organizations, faith communities, government, education, Tracy, I don't know if Tracy's still here, but all the work on workforce, all of this contributes. But government has a place. And part of the California story is that we have been using bills, using legislature to change how we do business in the schools. So we have 3 bills that we are using. We have many children-based initiatives. Now, this is not something that you're going, these are the slides you don't want, but I want to emphasize just a few of the principles under these initiatives. One of them, the Education and Environment Initiative, is really to actually help give standards to science. Climate-ready issues are looking at the school buildings. Melissa, you and I talked about this at the round table, how the school can be the locus when we have all these various devastations, which in California are a dozen a month. But we also have something called preparedness ambassadors that I offer to our Massachusetts colleagues, an idea of 4th graders who are actually just like all of you, who are the ambassadors to figure out what do we do in crises. We have people from all over California, the UC, the CSU systems, deciding how can we be sure, actually I should go back to the bottom one, how can we be sure to do what Joaquin asked us, and that is the how. I've started many a talk with Kant's 3 premises, questions, but this 3rd one is really something that I believe across all of our talks. How do we educate? We educate Carlina from the start, you especially up till 5, our group from 5 to grade 12. We want to ensure that science is part, climate action, not just climate knowledge. Climate knowledge and climate action are part of science and the entire curriculum. Working with community organizations, whether they're aquariums or museums. But I'm going to spend just a few of my minutes on what we are doing in the UC-CSU collaborative on neuroscience, which is my area, diversity and learning. And we are trying to pull together. I look at Corolla, cognitive, social, emotional development, Mary. I look at all of us who are doing something with government, climate science. The person on the right bottom is one of our UCLA graduates who was talking about how the indigenous use deforestation. Our knowledge, however, is at the top, literacy and brain development. Some of you in the various academies have heard me talk about it before. It is my great passion, love, dedication, commitment to understand how the brain changes through written language. But in this instance, Ram is asking me to say, how can you take that knowledge and understand how climate literacy from K to 12 can change the trajectory of our children's lives and our teachers? Now, I'm going to say, only because I can't help myself, I have a few brain slides. Impossible. I'm impossible. But I want you to know that the human brain, that tree, I loved, Carlina, the tree has a brain of wood. If only I could speak 3E. You saw me, I chortled over this. But the brain was never born to read. It has to develop a completely plastic circuit. And that circuit's plasticity is what we can use for every child. We can use what is there to make a whole new, if you will, design. We, when we start studying the human brain, move from this very basic circuit into an area where background knowledge, empathy, very importantly, empathy begins with story, whether it's read or told. And Professor Lee, I used a story from Korea so that you would have it. We are using stories for our diverse learners to say that the differences are what bring us together, and we must understand other. Carlina, you talked about empathy. Empathy has been a leitmotif implicitly in so many of your talks. Empathy, written language, literacy, climate literacy gives us a moral laboratory for what the philosopher Martha Nussbaum called the compassionate imagination of our youth. But I would be remiss, no matter what, not to emphasize to you that climate literacy needs exactly what deep reading, and some of you heard me with Ezra Klein talk about deep reading. The importance is the combination of empathy plus critical analysis for the ability to discern and evaluate truth and to differentiate from the start. Our children, our youth need to be able to evaluate what is disinformation, what is information. And I think Justin is part of this climate communication from Yale, but I'm not sure. Is he here, Justin? Where are you? He had to leave. Oh, good heavens. But, this slide is my gift to my former chancellor, Marcelo. It is Thomas Aquinas. Why? Thomas Aquinas is representing the full panoply of all the things that go on in your brain when you are really thinking. But that requires time. And disinformation and misinformation are utilizing the norm which is skimming, especially on digital devices. I have written books about this. If you ever want to read more. But Thomas Aquinas said something so important. At the end of deep reading, at the end of what I will call deep climate literacy, is the ability to bring your own insights together with the new knowledge and form something that you hand to others. And Thomas Aquinas said this first: we must hand on to others the things gained in contemplation. It is here that faith and the work in theology and spirituality. My teacher said this, John Donne: wisdom is not contemplation alone, not action alone, but contemplation in action. A colleague that many of you know, Steve Pinker, talks to us about habits of mind. But I need to also add diverse thinkers. Diverse learners are an important part of the equation. And you may not know it, but on the top, my governor is dyslexic. And today, Chip Robertson is giving a seed grant on diverse learners to our collaborative. But I want to end with two young women. One just wrote this essay. The environmental issues are becoming so dire that even the children must now take action, and that is our children right here in this room. The morality and clear view of the world that children possess could do wonders for the world. We've already seen it demonstrated. But my last two slides come from the Pope, and then I will end. He said, education is one of the most effective ways of making our world and history more human. Now listen to this. Education is above all a matter of love and responsibility handed down from one generation to another. Now look at my last slide that is multi-generational. Bending the curve from one generation to another, a high school student is propelling an entire curriculum on climate literacy. She is Rom's granddaughter. And so I say thank you, and I truly mean this. Godspeed to all of you.
Thank you so much, Marianne. I'm now, because of time considerations, I'm happy to turn the podium to Professor Jane Lubchenko, a member of the Pontifical Academy of Science.
Thank you very, very much indeed. What an incredible joy and honor it is to be part of this remarkable summit. I echo the thanks that have already been given to our co-chairs, our presidents, our chancellors. I also wish to offer special thanks to the talented staff of the academies and all of them together. To all of them for their vision, their humanity, their wisdom, and their humility. My name is Jane Lubchenko. I am a member of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. I'm also a distinguished professor at Oregon State University. I have the pleasure of also serving as Deputy Director for Climate and Environment in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. But like the Chief Justice, I want to make a point of telling you that although I do work in the White House, I do not speak for the White House in my role today. I'm here in my personal capacity. My co-chair, Orhan Gustafsson, has participated for the last 2.5 days, but he had to depart. You'll remember he gave a talk, a very lovely talk on methane in day one. I plan to do very brief opening remarks, and then we'll go into our program with our speakers. Throughout this summit, speaker after speaker has noted the importance of science in tackling the climate crisis. We just saw a brilliant expose by Marianne of an example of how science can help us understand and act. So it is fitting that now we delve into some of the knowledge base that forms our understanding and provides options for solutions. And I offer two thoughts about the role of science to frame this session. Number one, Pope Francis and other religious leaders have long flipped the script on the sometimes fraught relationship between science and religion by calling out science as important and scientists to assist. When Pope Francis inducted my class of academicians, he said, and I quote, "The positive results of science in the 21st century will depend to a great extent on the ability of scientists to seek the truth and apply discoveries in a way that develops in tandem with the research for what is right, noble, good, and beautiful." He continued, quote, "In the name of God, who gave us the planet to safeguard and develop, we are called to ecological conversion, to save our common home and life, and that of future generations, rather than increasing inequality, exploitation, and destruction." A few other global religious leaders also looked to science the ecumenical patriarch of the Orthodox Church, Bartholomew I, said in opening the first Religion, Science, and Environment Symposium that he convened, this was in 1995, he said, quote, "Religion needs science to save itself from fantasy." Religion needs science to save itself from fantasy, but science needs religion to provide the energy to create a new world. Really interesting formulation. Yes, indeed, indeed. Indeed, Pope Francis and Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew have elevated climate change, loss of biodiversity, and inequity and inequality as the integrated moral crises of our time. Second framing thought for this session is that as we focus on the role of science, I urge us to also embrace indigenous knowledge as a parallel way of knowing that enriches our understanding and enhances our ability to achieve resilience of ecosystems, people, and the planet. And I draw your attention to the recent PAS-PASS workshop on Indigenous peoples' knowledge and the sciences, and to the guidance that was issued by the White House in 2022, directing all the federal agencies to consider Indigenous knowledge as they make their decisions. So with those framing thoughts about science and the role of science, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Ben Holton, an ecologist, professor, and dean of the Cornell University College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. He's also a close colleague and collaborator of my son, so I take special pleasure in having him in this session. Ben, over to you.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Jane. That was really thoughtful. We didn't even coordinate, so I have a couple of those elements hopefully to bring to the forward. It's a little challenging and daunting to give a talk on that's science related at this point in our session, but I was so overwhelmed by the previous speakers, the children who spoke, especially the idea of eco-esperanza. And, you know, I also thought about my 9-year-old at home, and he would be very upset if I didn't tell at least one joke. So why don't we, as a moment of encapsulation, he has 12 jokes. I'm not going to give you all 12, but I am going to give you one, which is, what does the Earth say to tease other planets? You have no life. Now, that is obviously, that sounds like kind of an unkind Earth, but I would say this, that is the singular purpose which binds us here. It is something we heard from Pope Francis. It's something we heard from the children. It's something we've heard as a unifying feature, this dedication to life as a holistic function of this planet, something that is so easy to take for granted. Or coming from Cornell, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the billions and billions and billions of stars for those who are Carl Sagan fans. And yet, nowhere can we find life like what we have here on this planet. Some would have a preference to be a multi-planet species. We know about those. I would say that's going to be very challenging if you don't have a planet Earth as your foundation. So I do want to just acknowledge Ramanathan for these incredible set of convenings. It's been very life-changing for me, as well as Marcelo and everyone else who helped organize the event. I'm going to try to keep this to just a few key points. And for those who, you know, I'm a dean, so if you fall asleep, it's no problem. It happens all the time. Usually when I pick up the microphone, it's okay. But I am going to say this. I think we are experiencing a singularity right now, and it's not something that has come up much today. We are undergoing a radical transformation of our food system. And when you're in a threshold, it's kind of hard to see sometimes because the thresholds are always 20/20 hindsight. But if you look around us right now, this is what's happening. We have digital agriculture and AI infusing new tools, robotics, drones, sensors into the way in which we grow food, especially in the global north. We have new breeding technologies led by CRISPR-Cas9, and we have synthetic biology coming together to unify new ideas and approaches to grow biotechnology and seeds of the future. We have indoor production, which is kind of a failing enterprise, but I think there's still quite a bit of hope for controlled environment agriculture. That's happening, and that's taking advantage of technology and all these other advances in science. We have lab-based agriculture through cultured meat, which is now fully available in Singapore in the form of chicken that you can get from a lab. And I would say this, we are experiencing a global sustainability revolution that is going to go right through the center of our agri-food system. And it's that last point that I think is so critical for us to really embrace and think more deeply about, because it recognizes the value of the economics, the regenerative principles, and what Jane just mentioned, indigenous perspectives that are going to allow us to continue to thrive into the future with food production. So that in mind, I'm going to just have 3 points today, and then I'll try to hit these points throughout. So first, I think agriculture can be the most powerful weapon we have in the fight against climate change, full stop. And we really need to start thinking this way about our food system, because I will show you data and evidence to back that up with uncertainty, but it's critical that we start thinking of our food system as a pathway to mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Negative emissions in the food system are achievable at a scale that is bigger than any other sector on the planet. And I will show data for this. I will then focus on my own work, which looks at enhanced weathering technology, which can catalyze the removal of CO2, and how I've been working with tribes, farmers, ranchers, industry partners, government, NGO, to try to test this technology and understand its value. And then finally, just a few thoughts on the future of innovation. And as Ram would want me to talk about, where do universities come in? And what are we thinking about in terms of inspiring the next set of innovations? So this is, you don't have to pay attention to all the details here. This was controversial when it came out. I don't think it's that controversial anymore. This is now an and challenge. We are seeing that the energy system is moving toward decarbonization, not fast enough, but it's happening. The and part of it is we need to pull billions and billions, hundreds of billions of tons of CO2 out of the air. I'm not a fan of overshoots, and we have never done this before, ever. We have arrayed a global food system around the planet. We have deployed an energy system around the planet. Maybe it's dirty fuel, but we've done it. We have never, ever siphoned carbon dioxide out of the air at hundreds of billions of tons that are going to be necessary to bend the warming curve. So I think one thing we need to focus on is this idea of net neutrality. We need gross emission to zero, and we need gross removals. This is where we need to put our thinking, because we are way past the point of net neutrality. I think we have to really move out of that concept. So with this in mind, we have to be aware that there's an elephant in the room that hasn't come up much. Roughly 30% of our emissions come from the food system. Okay, 30%. And if you scale out to the future of 2050 with 10 billion people, we published a paper, others have shown similar, this number will double by 2050 if we lock technology where it is. Okay, so that's catastrophic. It's harming our ability to grow food today, but it will definitely be worse into the future. However, what I want you to abstract from this, instead of all these numbers, is that we analyzed existing technologies in a global food system model with 10 billion people that was spatially structured, and we scaled those technologies at a level that was kind of the max capacity, and we asked, how much potential is there for carbon dioxide reductions in the ag system? And this is the answer. By 2050, if we scale existing technologies, we could be looking at 20 billion tons of net negative emissions from the food system. This assumes no dietary change, by the way. You can see there's a dietary lever that's about 8 billion tons if everyone switches to a plant-based diet, but this assumes no change in that transition. So this is the future. This is an idealistic scenario, but we really need to start imagining our agri-food system as solving the climate challenge in this way. However, this is definitely what my nightmares look like. If you were to develop a biogeochemist horror film, this is what the image would look like. Not many would go, but some of us would understand it. Right now, we're asking questions about agriculture's ability to remove CO2 from the air. We can't verify this carbon. We know this carbon is highly reversible, vulnerable back to the atmosphere. It's not clear whether these technologies or approaches like no-till cover cropping are truly additive, and there can be side effects of certain interventions which are highly unknown. So we have a huge challenge in front of us. We have a challenge of carbon dioxide removal potential, but it is not being led effectively by the science. So what we need is verifiable, durable, and scalable carbon dioxide removal. This is in general, but especially in our agri-food system, this is critical. And it needs to be science-based and co-created and co-produced with farmers, ranchers, markets, industry partners. If we go at this alone in kind of the traditional academic sense and a non-transdisciplinary sense, we will not make the kind of progress we need to make. And we have to fail fast in order to succeed quicker. So let me tell you about enhanced weathering. So this is a technology that the planet developed a long time ago. It's the Earth's natural climate breaks. As rock weathering happens, it absorbs CO2. It's been used as an indigenous practice by the Rapa Nui, where they would add rock dust to the soil to create fertility. It can sequester carbon for thousands of years, and it can release nutrients. So all really good things. So this is a technology I call carbon capture with benefits, or co-benefits. And what I mean by this is you get nutrient release, you get water holding capacity, and you get CO2 removal. There's a lot of questions about this technology, so I'm going to run through several of what data-driven perspectives on what we're learning. So first, enhanced weathering across a number of different studies so far has shown about a 7 to 28% yield increase when rock dust is added to the soil. This is likely driven by pH benefits as well as nutrient benefits. What about carbon dioxide removal? Well, we teamed up with the state of California back in 2017, and we did the first large-scale demonstration working with farmers in the Central Valley to deploy rock dust and evaluate carbon dioxide removal. There's my student, Iris Holter. What we found was a doubling of CO2 removal in a cropland with corn within less than 3 months using this technology. This is an arid climate where it shouldn't really work that well. But this was a really fascinating result. Now, the rates of carbon removal we're seeing are still below what a lot of the startups are talking about, but it is compelling to know that you can remove carbon dioxide into a form that could literally last even millions of years depending on its path to the ocean. We also recently found something quite interesting here. We've been talking about nutrient deficiencies, especially micronutrients. And in the control, that's without rock dust, the green bars are both iron on the left side, and on the right side are zinc. They both were substantially increased with rock dust additions to the soil. This is a critical finding because right now we're suffering from what's called hidden hunger, which is 2 billion people who don't have access to proper micronutrients. This seems like an approach that could actually help provide benefits. So where we're going with this is we are now scaling the technology out with one of the largest producers on the planet. This is McCain Foods. If you've ever had frozen French fries, you've had McCain. It's a great company in Canada. We're working on their farm of the future. And if you look, they have 47 production facilities in 6 continents. They're $8.5 billion in annual sales, 20,000 employees. So we're starting to scale this technology out, working scientifically with them. So what could happen? Well, estimates right now are about 1 to 2 billion tons of CO2 removal each year if this rock dust was deployed at a moderate rate across 80% of Earth's croplands, which is roughly 8 or 9% of Earth's land surface. So it has scalable potential, it has nutrient benefits, it has crop benefits. There's many issues with this technology that I'm not going to spend a lot of time into, but we are still seeing a lot of hype relative to the science. It's still difficult to verify, but at least it holds a lot of potential and fits with this concept that agriculture can be a weapon in the battle against climate change. And this is something, again, we need to really think deeply about. In the next 3 slides, I'm just going to focus on opportunities. Ram is always saying, what can universities do? And I think that's part of what this session is about. So as we think about the David and Goliath issue in front of us, I think universities have a key role to play in the innovations that will come into the future. So 3 points. And I'm going to call these moonshots. This is a new paradigm we've developed in the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at Cornell. Rather than thinking in silos, we've asked faculty to come together in moonshot paradigms for faculty hiring and in terms of developing projects. So this is one that is currently being deployed. AI-powered solutions for nature-positive food systems. It's virtual fencing. So 40% of Earth's land surface is used for grazing, and it's so important for subsistence farmers. It's their livelihood, it's their economic value, it's their food. But these cattle can overgraze, they can go into biodiversity hotspots, it's very difficult to manage, you can't put fencing all over. Virtual fencing puts a little collar around the cow, and when they come up against an area that has a GPS unit and telemetry, it gives them a little beep and it sends them away. And it's a mobile unit, so depending on the year, the climate, the weather, it can be moved around. So this is a really important technology that we're starting to examine. It can bring carbon benefits, food benefits, and resilience. The second is bending the warming curve with methane mitigation. We just launched 4 new chambers shown on the right. They're kind of like day spas for cows. They go in, they can listen to the music, they have Taylor Swift in the background. We can crank up the heat and humidity on them, but we get continuous measures of methane as we feed them differently, as you vaccinate them. This is critical. If we can cut methane emissions from cows across the planet, we could save maybe up to 0.3 to 0.4 degrees of global climate warming rapidly. And the final area is synthetic biology. So synthetic biology is being broadly applied, but in this case, taking ancient plant proteins, rubisco, from red algae and putting it into crops so those crops can boost photosynthesis. One of the really beautiful things about this technology is if it works, it could improve photosynthesis by 30 to 50%. So that's 30 to 50% less land. That's an incredible breakthrough. Now, will it work? We'll find out, but we're already starting to see great progress on the technology. So with that, I have to end with a quote that Ram hit me off to. I know a lot of this sounds ambitious. Hopefully it's in the realm of hope and optimism, but everything seems impossible until it's done. I believe the future food system will be a catalyst for negative carbon emissions, and I believe farmers need to get paid for the carbon services they're providing. This is so important. If we put that into a policy, I'm telling you, farmers are the most innovative people in the world. They will figure this out. They will work with us. They will work with science, but let's get them paid. That's my last point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Unfortunately, Justin Farrell had a family emergency and is not able to be with us. I am disappointed I'm not having the benefit of hearing his talk, but I look forward to reading it. Our next speaker in this session is Tina Christie, Professor of Education and Dean of the School of Education and Information Sciences at UCLA. Tina, over to you.
Unfortunately, you have 2 deans in one session, so I don't know who planned that, but thanks, Ben. I'm so, I have to just comment on the students because there was so much planning and anxiety that went into having the children come join us, and they just were so remarkable. And I have to thank my friend who's across the way, Anna, from the Alana Foundation for helping to make it happen, because really without your partnership, thank you. And to the rest of you, you are the marathon runners. We are all here at the very, very end, and I thank you. I've always dreamt of running a marathon. I didn't realize it would be here in Vatican City. So it is truly a privilege to be in this space and to address this diverse and engaged audience on a subject of critical importance to the future in a paper that I've titled No Child Left Inside: Progressive Transformative Education as a Catalyst for Climate Change. And of course, our fellow Americans get the reference there. As we've all talked about, we stand at a crossroads in our journey as people and a planet as we face threats of climate change. This complex global emergency calls for innovative solutions and collective action, as we've all talked about over the last several days. And amongst the most powerful tools to address this crisis is education. I join the chorus of voices at this summit to do things differently. We must shift our educational approaches and systems so that every child actively addresses the climate crisis in and out of her classroom. The urgency for action has never been more unmistakable. The warming is evident everywhere we go, and if we do not take substantial action now, the consequences will be dire and irreversible. We must heed these warnings and see them not just as forecasts for doom, but a call to action, a catalyst for change through progressive, transformative education. Such an agenda actively engages students in developing and implementing solutions, whether new technologies, effective policies, or sustainable business models, and it is possible today. To achieve this, we first need a radical redesign of education so that it centers a singular focus: the impact of climate change on the environment, economies, and communities. Indeed, every subject can be taught through this lens. This educational model must focus not just on the what, but the how. What is taught will change as we learn more. How we teach, the pedagogical force we use in solving the climate crisis, is essential. Our linear, standardized approach to education is insufficient for solving the climate crisis. A swift shift toward a model of education that fosters a generation of informed citizens who think critically and act creatively, equipped with the knowledge, skills, and ethical frameworks, is necessary to save the planet. The UN and other agencies play a pivotal role in shaping the global response to climate change, including education. Several UN policies and programs target climate change education and are designed to foster an understanding of science and the necessary actions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Some of what I argue for today is embedded throughout that vital work. The focus of this talk came when I served on the selection committee for UCLA's Common Experience theme for last academic year, and it carried through this academic year because it was of such great interest. And it provides an intellectual space for shared engagement and dialogue across students, faculty, and staff. That's what the Common Experience is intended to do. It kind of grew out of the one book. In identifying the theme, I asked about 50 undergraduate students on what we call the Hill, that's our resident halls, what they cared about most and why it would be important to incoming students. There was consensus, and the answer was climate change. UCLA students have the privilege of learning from some of the most noted climate scientists in the world, with the exception, of course, of our colleague from UC San Diego. So what did the students I interviewed want to discuss and know more about? It was, without question, what they could do right now to help. They don't have the tools to connect science to tangible action, and they struggle to connect what they understand as solutions to climate-related issues to real-world problems. So when I asked them how we might best cool the residence hall, one of the original residence halls on the Hill, Sproul Hall, that we were meeting in, how might we cool this? Keep in mind it's a 10-story building, because I think that matters. The response was HVAC, a chilled water system, geothermal solution, but none said plant more trees. Most of our UCLA students come to the campus from California schools. As someone deeply engaged in California's public education, I knew what I heard was more of a reflection of how we teach and less about what we teach. The pedagogical frameworks for changing this are well known to education, but not consistently well used, and yet would support what I call a progressive, transformative approach centered on solving the myriad impacts of climate change. John Dewey was a pivotal figure in the progressive education movement in the early 20th century. Dewey's ideas are centered on the belief that education should not merely transfer knowledge, but enable active learning through direct experience and interaction. His contributions to education theory also include the concept of continuity of experience, where each learning experience builds upon the one before it and prepares for the next, creating a coherent body of knowledge and skills relevant to the real world. He argued that education should reflect each child's developmental and cognitive needs and experiences and be connected to the community and societal reform. His work at the University of Chicago, where he established the laboratory school, was central to testing his educational theories. We at UCLA have what I consider to be the last best articulation of Dewey's lab schools. And they are an emerging model for climate-centered education for children ages 4 to 12 in Los Angeles, and you met 2 of those students here today. Transformative education also challenges traditional education as a passive knowledge transfer from teacher to student. It emphasizes critical pedagogy, where students are encouraged to question and challenge societal norms and think independently, learners that co-create knowledge. This approach fundamentally shifts the educational paradigm to one that emphasizes critical thinking, problem solving, dialogue, allowing learners to question and transform their worlds. If our goal in education is to shape learners into active change agents who can solve the climate crisis, then central to our work is doing what these model reason to be good education, developing children's critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and advocacy skills so we have a global community of children like the delegation you met here today. 2, disciplines and fields must be positioned to cross boundaries, reflecting the interconnected nature of real-world climate problems and a fundamental understanding of complex ecological, economic, social, and technical systems. And in those technical systems, we must integrate AI. When a small group of education school deans from US universities met last month to discuss our foremost issues, one dean said, I'll ask you to guess what university he was from later, "It's all AI all of the time." A compelling use of AI, it can tailor educational content to students' individual learning styles and paces, thus providing personalized learning paths. It can also simulate complex climate change scenarios, enabling students to visualize the disparate impact of environmental changes on the planet. In addition to understanding the multifaceted aspects of climate change, we must cultivate a greater personal connection to the crisis and a more substantial commitment to acting upon it by having children reflect deeply on the impact of human action on the environment. 1 week ago, we held the first Children's Nature-Based Education Summit with the Alana Foundation and the International Union for Conservation of Nature Commission on Education and Communication. Although not new, nature-based education is a powerful example of a progressive, transformative approach. Nature-based education is immersive. It integrates outdoor learning experiences, environmental stewardship, and sustainability practices, emphasizing the interdependence between human beings and nature. By engaging students in real-world contexts such as forests, rivers, community gardens, nature-based education fosters a deeper understanding and appreciation for the natural environment. Planting trees, monitoring local wildlife, and studying water quality helps students understand complex ecological processes and the effects of climate change on various ecosystems. This connection is crucial in cultivating a sense of responsibility and urgency concerning climate change, as it allows students to witness firsthand the impacts of environmental degradation and the importance of biodiversity. Furthermore, nature-based education has a profound impact on improving mental health and physical health, reduces stress, enhances mood and emotional well-being, and these positive effects support a more engaged and energetic learning environment conducive to deeper learning and retention. It also centers the knowledge, beliefs, and values of Indigenous peoples, thus promoting respect, justice, and equity of experience, voice, faiths, and positionality. Nature-based education will cultivate more nature-based solutions. In concert with transforming our classrooms, we must also address the educational system. A progressive, transformative educational system questions the cultural, governance, and economical structures contributing to environmental degradation and advocates for policies to protect the environment. It is fundamentally intersegmental, interdisciplinary, experiential, experimental, child-centered, and globally angled. University-assisted community schools, a horizontal reform effort that leverages higher education resources to enhance K-12 schooling, are perfectly positioned to enact such systems transformation. These mutual partnerships aim to enrich the educational experiences of K-12 students, support educators, and foster community engagement. They also serve as practical training grounds for university students and research sites for our faculty. Community schools are hubs of integrating academics with health and social, community development and engagement to support students and their families. They partner with local businesses, government agencies, and NGOs to learn from and contribute to community-based efforts. This is how you make resilience child-centered and hyper-local. Schools should also be models for sustainable practices, such as using solar power, implementing zero waste policies, and maintaining school gardens that provide produce for school meals. This is known as the greening of our schools, many of you may know, and these practices serve as daily living examples to students of how sustainability principles are integrated into everyday life. AI can also connect classrooms from around the world, facilitating global learning, enhancing students' learning experiences, and fostering a sense of global citizenship. Schools must also be prepared to receive and educate our climate refugees. As we reshuffle the world's population because of the climate, areas that receive an influx of migrants face challenges in providing adequate education and other essential services. Here again, a progressive transformative model maintains cultural and regional communities, is best prepared to engage learners who've experienced the trauma of migration and as second language learners. In sum, a paradigm shift is necessary to empower this and future generations to make meaningful and effective action against climate change. We must foster an informed, committed, and proactive citizenry capable of leading global sustainability efforts. Progressive transformative education is essential to worldwide survival and prosperity as we address environmental challenges. In my final minute, let's visualize the university-assisted green community school, surrounded by native plants and sponge ecosystems. Children, their teachers, and university partners manage local regenerative farms and water bodies with the community. Students identify climate-related problems to address over a year or two with community input. Those problems are examined locally and worldwide through technologies connecting children with other learners, teachers, and communities struggling with similar environmental impact. A set of actions informed by the scientists and social scientists from the university are tested. Teachers work in professional learning communities supported by professional development provided by the university to infuse state math and language arts standards into their project-based initiatives. Language requirements are met through reading and writing and conversing with global school partners. Teachers and students, with support from researchers, collect formative data to adjust their actions to better achieve the project's outcomes. At the end of the academic year, using outcome data, students from each school present their findings to their community and international audiences with local and global policy recommendations. If their outcomes are positive, a guide for implementation is developed and shared using various communication strategies, which have also been evaluated for impact. Some then spend their summer months showcasing their work with community organizations and NGOs. Others partner with university students and faculty to disseminate their new knowledge to the academic community. This is not a fantasy. This model can be fully articulated in cities throughout the world today. We can address the paralysis felt by those UCLA students. We have a way. In California, for example, the governor has made substantial investments in community schools, K-12 leadership development reforms in teacher education, a whole child approach to learning, and more. A local level chief of climate education can coordinate these investments and work with their climate action colleagues from across districts to innovate, share knowledge, and successfully implement strategies. What we know now is what we need. We need the will, as our children shared with us, the will to move forward, the will to be bold and accept nothing less than a radical redesign of education that commits to no child left inside. Thank you.
Ben, do you have the clicker? So, wow, we've just heard 3 magnificent presentations that I think illustrate that there is a veritable revolution underway, thank you, in our universities with respect to science and education. Really transformative, big things where scientists are stepping up and making, stepping up to the moment and making amazing things happen. So thank you very much. Marianne, I included you in this session, but your talk and Ben's and Tina's really, really magnificent. I have the pleasure of doing a chair's perspective, and I've entitled this A Virtuous Cycle of Knowledge and Action. Not just knowledge to action, but knowledge and action, because they need to go in both directions. And if I could have the slides, please. As I noted when I opened this session, although I work in the White House, I'm not speaking for the White House in this summit. And I say that because I'm going to be talking about some of the new things that are happening in federal government science to be a nice counterpart to what we've just heard in university science. So this session is supposed to focus on the role of sciences in reducing climate risk and enhancing climate resilience. Reflecting back on this just incredible week, we've heard fabulous successes that are truly inspiring. We aspire to make those successes contagious. They show us what is possible. Of course, we recognize that many of those successes benefited from a firm foundation of science and knowledge. For example, we began the summit with a focus on the IPCC. So we know that science has helped make those successes possible. Now, of course, the impressive achievements that we've seen and heard about required much more than good science. Clearly, science is necessary, but not sufficient. We heard from national and subnational leaders. They highlighted the importance of science, but also political will, grit, good policies, the right entry points, smart regulations, the right incentives, courageous leadership, effective partnerships, sustained and adequate financing and investment, and community engagement. Those were just cutting across all the different things that we heard. These keys to successful action will certainly inform the acceleration of action that is urgently needed. But as we look to implement the protocol and catalyze a chain reaction of more successes, we must also examine what is needed from science and scientists to continue to deliver the knowledge, the products, the solutions, and enable a continuous, virtuous cycle of knowledge and action. Following President von Braun's quoting of Kant's 3 questions of reason, I pose 3 questions of resilience science. 1, what do decision makers, leaders, and citizens, because decisions are made at multiple levels, what do decision makers need? 2, how might scientists share what we know more effectively, more rapidly? 3, what could we know that would make the biggest differences? And I suggest that we proceed on 3 interconnected tracks at the same time, simultaneously. One is to make better use of existing knowledge. So there's a lot of knowledge that we have that we don't use. It's not known, it's not accessible, it's not understandable, it's not seen as being relevant. 2, prioritize the search for new discoveries that, if known, could make the biggest differences. And I think Ben's farming to reduce CO2 emissions is a prime example, but there are others. 3, support basic science to uncover knowledge that we didn't even know we needed. So the third is familiar to the audience, so I want to go into more detail on the first 2. First, make better use of existing knowledge. There's a lot that we know that hasn't been converted into useful, usable information and tools to inform policy. For example, many of the global and national level information that's available, like projections of temperature and precipitation, aren't very useful at the local level. Information needs to be scale relevant. Farmers, mayors, fishers, whoever needs information that's relevant to their world, and oftentimes that is simply not available. Recognizing the need for better and useful information to plan, many scientists and governments and elsewhere are developing the new tools to deliver what the users are telling us they need, scale relevant information. And what I'd like to do is give you a few examples of activities underway led by federal scientists in the US. One is to translate knowledge and data into useful, what we call climate services. Climate services are data, information, products, tools that take the information and make it accessible and relevant for particular decision making at the spatial scale that is relevant to the decision making. So, first example is to downscale climate information to the local scale. You can't go online, for the most part, and get the kind of climate information you might want if you are a city planner, for example. City planners need better information about the size of the culverts that they need in building out their cities and retrofitting or building new places for people to live, new communities, the size of the culverts that they need to accommodate expected increases in precipitation so they can avoid flooding when their systems are overwhelmed. 2, emergency managers and public health departments need information about expected increases in temperature to anticipate and prepare for extreme heat. So just 2 quick examples. Secondly, regularly measure and report greenhouse gases. At present, governments rely on estimates of greenhouse gases produced based on activities. What we need are actual measurements of greenhouse gases in parallel to that. These measurements are central for 2 reasons. 1, we need to know how well we're doing. Are we achieving our target? Are we ahead? Are we behind? And 2, to help us see where we can move faster. Measurements of various greenhouse gases can be made from a variety of platforms, from ground-based platforms, planes, satellites, a whole bunch of different platforms. Greenhouse gas MMRV, measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification, is needed to both evaluate and accelerate reductions of emissions and to track removals of carbon. Ben's removal of carbon from the air, we need to track that and be able to measure, is that actually doing what he says it's doing? We need to know. These and other climate services need to be easy to find, You shouldn't have to know which agency to go to find them. Easy to use, they need to be relevant to decision making. The second major area where we can make use of existing information is to align policies with knowledge. There is a wealth of information that scientists know that is not captured in our policies. And I'm going to describe two quick examples, one with climate, one with biodiversity. So the first one with climate, I call this the 4+ framing for climate resilience. The focus of most climate action is on mitigation, which usually means emission reduction, technology, and what we do on land. And I'm suggesting that we also need adaptation, mitigation plus adaptation. That's fairly commonly understood by this audience, but it's not often, it was late to the table. We have created a resilience framework within the federal government, and that's an example. In addition to emission reduction, though, we need carbon removal. And we need to understand that emission reduction isn't going to get us there. We are going to have to remove carbon from the atmosphere. We have in place, Ben just described an example of terrestrial carbon dioxide removal. We have underway activities that are identifying opportunities for carbon dioxide removal from the ocean. Third, technology is common. We talk about innovation. People usually think just technology. We also have nature-based solutions, which has come up over and over and over, but isn't part of our mindset in terms of taxonomy. And nature-based solutions, we created a roadmap to identify what are the impediments to achieving nature-based solutions? How do we remove those impediments? And those are a whole suite of activities. Land-based, and let's not forget the ocean. Thank you to an earlier speaker who called out the role of the ocean, the important role of the ocean. In truth, when we produced our Ocean Climate Action Plan, it became obvious to us that there is no path to reach our climate goals without the ocean. We need to look to the ocean for wind energy, offshore wind energy, for green shipping, for protection of blue carbon ecosystems, all of which are key to this success. So that's a quick suggestion of knowledge that needs, so the knowledge from scientists is that we need these plus, this is the 4+ framing. So it's not just enough to do the ones on the left-hand column. We have to do mitigation plus adaptation, emission reduction plus carbon removal, et cetera. Shifting now to biodiversity, my second example. We know that there is a significant loss of biodiversity. We know that our current policies and practices are grossly insufficient to stem the loss of biodiversity. And we know that loss of biodiversity undermines resilience in multiple ways and has huge equity consequences as well. Scientists know and understand many of the drivers of the loss of biodiversity, but policymakers haven't, by and large, incorporated that knowledge into policies and practices. So it's a huge opportunity to achieve our resilience aspiration. Now, to be sure, countries have rallied around the target of protecting 30% of lands and waters by 2030 in protected areas around the world through the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And although we are nowhere near being on target to achieve the 30 by 30 goal, current efforts focus too much on the quantity of protected areas, the total area that's designated, and not on the quality of those areas, whether the protection is really effective. How well protected areas actually protect biodiversity. So to be clear, both quality and quantity are important. Moreover, in achieving even the 30% target, that will be insufficient unless we pay attention to the other 70% of the planet. We need a 100% approach, 30% in protected areas, 70% used sustainably. And to do that requires addressing the underlying drivers of loss of biodiversity. That requires connecting the dots between biodiversity and health, both mental and physical, biodiversity and national security, biodiversity and equity, biodiversity and climate change, biodiversity and the economy. Those connections are understood. We don't fold that into our policies. In the US, we've recently initiated a number of programs to do just that, and here are 4 quick ones. One, we are putting nature on the economic balance sheet of the country by creating natural capital accounts that are compatible with our other economic indicators. Right now, if you want to know how the economy is doing, you look at GDP, jobs, inflation. There's no mention of how nature is doing, and yet we know that the economy is based very strongly on biodiversity, on nature. Nature is absent. We need to address that. 2, in parallel to that, we are systematically removing some of the big impediments to embracing nature-based solutions. For example, we have changed the way the federal government calculates benefit cost analysis. Yes, thank you, Michael. Yay. Super important and incredibly nerdy. This is deeply nerdy, but it's so important. So we have done it in a way that the economic benefit of ecosystem services is incorporated into the decision. And so the benefit cost analysis isn't just weighted in one direction, it's a balanced assessment. Thirdly, we have introduced the concept of natural security into the national security, the defense, the intelligence communities. For example, for the first time ever, the US National Security Strategy uses the term natural security. Natural security. And there are active discussions underway about how to recognize the impacts not only of climate change, which the defense community understands now, but also the loss of biodiversity, on civil unrest, on migration, etc. And number 4, we have initiated our first ever national nature assessment to take stock, track, communicate the status, trends, importance, and options for action for our biodiversity. In addition to making better use of existing knowledge, which I just touched on, it's important that we prioritize the search for new discoveries that would make the biggest difference. And Ben has already mentioned CDR, carbon dioxide removal. My one example was marine CDR. So I will focus on that. In addition to that, we need to support basic science to uncover knowledge that we didn't even know we needed. So this is not saying we just need practical science, we need also basic science. So with those thoughts, I'll return to where I started. As we look to implement the protocol and catalyze a chain reaction of more successes, we must also consider what is needed from science and scientists to deliver knowledge, products, solutions, and enable this continuous virtuous cycle of knowledge and action. Now, you'll note that this framing requires that scientists listen to society and be responsive to societal needs, in addition to pursuing their own ideas about what basic science should look like. So to sum up, here are my four conclusions. Apologies for a very wordy slide. 1, scientists are rising to the occasion. This is a revolution that is underway. Folks are motivated because there are problems and they want to be part of the solution. They're listening to societal needs and delivering useful and usable information at international, national, subnational scales in new ways. They are moving beyond merely diagnosing the problem to also helping craft solutions and provide useful tools, products, data, and information to inform action. 2, to help deliver on climate resilience, scientists are helping expand the understanding of what it will take for climate action to succeed. They're shining a spotlight on this new 4+ framing: mitigation plus adaptation, emission reduction plus carbon removal, technology plus nature, land plus ocean. 3, although this summit and the protocol begin with the overarching framing of interconnected triple crises of climate, biodiversity, and loss and inequity and inequality. In truth, most of our focus has been on climate. To really achieve resilient people, economies, and communities, science tells us we must simultaneously address the biodiversity crises and the equity crises. Doing so together is more efficient and brings rich synergies and co-benefits, but that's not going to happen without intent. 4, key elements of a strategy to address the loss of biodiversity will include 1, more effective protected areas, 2, sustainable use of areas outside those protected areas, the other 70%, 3, putting nature on economic balance sheets, 4, reforming benefit cost analyses to be balanced, 5, valuing ecosystem services, 6, elevating the concept of natural security, and 7, connecting the dots between nature and human health. Apologies for the long list of things to do, but it's exciting horizon. This session is really focused on the role of science, and it's clear from the talks that science is really stepping up. It's such an exciting time to be embracing the challenges that this summit has put before us and to helping to ensure that the amazing successes we have seen today can be elevated, amplified, accelerated, and new ones will come along as well. I've identified a number of ways that science is needed to guide action and help craft solutions, and I thank you for your attention.
Jeremy, I suggest we stand up for 1 minute.
At least a minute. Okay, Ram, as soon as you're sitting, we will start. There is a special prize for everybody that stays to the end. And you'll find out. My name's Jeremy Farr. I'm delighted to co-chair this session with Cardinal Tuxen. And I'm actually born in Singapore, but I carry a British passport, but I now live in Switzerland. So this is going to run to time. And there'll be a bell. There'll be 2 bells. And everybody knows it. So I've also got short legs, so I'm standing up. Marcelo said that day 3 yesterday. You claimed that day 3 would be the best day, and what you didn't say is session 14 was going to be the best session, although you may not feel that. You may not feel that at the moment. And Gina, you said yesterday, and I quote you, I'm the most optimistic person in every... You are?
Yes.
Honestly, Marianne,
Yeah,
the you. You, Benjamin, you've got competition.
I do.
And that comes from a Brit. Keep trying. So, one comment, and then I'm going to hand over to a video. I hope it will show straight away. One comment at the start, and I'll make some comments at the end if there's time. We will finish by 8 o'clock, Swiss time. First comment is the health community has been far too slow to embrace climate, and the climate community has been far too slow to embrace health. And if this wonderful gathering achieves anything, I think it is to bring those communities together. And with that, I'm going to pass over to Vanessa Kerry. She is the CEO of the Seed Growth Fund, and she's also Special Envoy for Climate Change at Advisor on the at the WHO. If we could play the video, at least at normal speed. Vanessa, are you, sorry, I thought it was a video, you're live.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is an honor to speak to you. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person. We stand on a precipice. As each of you know, we are facing an unprecedented challenge from climate change. Today, drought in Southern Africa is endangering millions. Our oceans are at a tipping point. And in the past month, we have seen apocalyptic flash flooding linked to climate change in China, Dubai, and Kenya. Each climate-driven event is leaving devastation, death, and a long tail of health complications in its wake. At a most human level, the climate crisis is a health crisis, and it is eroding our fundamental physical, mental, and social security. As discussed over these past few days, our well-being relies on the fundamental needs of water, food, air, and energy, with the golden thread of health running throughout. However, these 4 pillars, though requisite, solve only part of the challenge we face. We must go beyond siloed and piecemealed inputs to instead weave together a responsive, resilient system that can adapt and meet the myriad health challenges of today. One that can deliver quality care to every age and need. One that meets the needs of our cities and communities. Recent history has shown us how vulnerable we are to a complexity of large challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic is a prime example. The pandemic exploited our underinvestment in health systems and the health workforce. Disease spread, millions died, care was disrupted, economies stifled, and inequity flourished. Our health systems are not prepared to address the burdens of disease we face today, let alone from the next climate-driven emergency, disease outbreak, or pandemic. As a result, our communities around the globe are trapped in vicious cycles of poor health, poverty, and ever more fragile economic growth and human security. These challenges demand a new approach. The solution? In addition to ensuring critical and fundamental rights of clean water, energy, and air, and healthy food, we must ensure a relentless focus on health system strengthening. And at its core, a fit-for-purpose health workforce who know best what interventions and investments are needed to save and protect the most lives in the fastest way possible. Because when your communities are healthy, so is their economy and the security of the people they serve. Because good health ensures we can go to work or school, to care for our family, or contribute fully to society. Because our communities are only as strong and resilient as the health of the people who live in them. We know what to do to protect our health. First, the given. We must phase out fossil fuels to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and ensure a just transition to protect lives, health, and livelihoods everywhere. We can ensure the health of our planet and our future in addition to directly saving lives. The second, we must unlock and mobilize longer-term, flexible, and exponential financing with its focus on country and community priorities. And we must help create the fiscal space needed for governments and funders to make the necessary investments in health system strengthening, thinking differently and boldly, at scale and across sectors. The debt crisis, which is crippling many countries around the world, is a powerful example. Africa spends more on debt service costs than on healthcare today. The current global financing order is not fit for purpose and is holding back efforts to improve global health. Third, we must have the ambition and collaboration to design and invest in the strong, responsive health systems and health workforce we need. This approach is one solution to many challenges. It is our capacity for early surveillance and our responsiveness to pandemics, our ability to meet the public and health delivery needs of local populations for healthy communities, as well as our guarantee to meet the rising burdens of disease from climate change. As we stand on this precipice, all of us in the room as leaders have a choice. Whether we learn from the past and challenge the status quo to invest differently and audaciously in our well-being. Whether we measure our progress, not just in terms of degrees Celsius averted, but in lives saved. Or whether we allow communities around the world to continue to suffer from the accumulating and crushing direct and indirect burdens of poor health. Together, we have a responsibility to ensure people everywhere have the dignity and opportunity to thrive. In familiar words, let us choose the future. Let us choose health. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I didn't know it was live or a video. It looked so almost like an avatar. We'll go straight on, if we may. Madalena Ferrana and David Blum are going to do a duo led off by Madalena from Italy, University of Harvard, and then University of South California.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I'm going to need the clicker for the slides. I don't know where it is. Okay, so in the meantime, so let me thank the Pontifical Academy of Science and the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences for hosting this landmark summit. And also let me thank Cardinal Turker and Jeremy for hosting this session on public health. So has been highlighted in many talks that we have heard this week, climate change is plausibly the greatest threat to population health that the world is going to experience this century. And so the central question of this session is how to promote health and protect health in the face of a changing climate. So to help inform and stimulate this discussion, David Bloom, who is here, and I have been asked to offer some remarks on the interplay between population health and climate change. So what we're going to do now, actually, we are going to build on what we have already heard this week, and especially on the excellent talks by Andrew Haynes over there, Gabrielle Dreyfus here, and also on the talk by Aruna Bhatt-Ghosh, who I don't think is here any longer. So my goal here now is basically to crystallize some of the ideas that we already heard and to frame them from an economic point of view. And I'm going to make two main points. So the first one is that to spur more urgent climate action, it is important to fully recognize and comprehensively measure and account for the health co-benefits of climate change mitigation. And the second point that I want to make is that there is growing evidence that population health promotes economic growth and well-being, much like education. And so this fact makes the case for urgent climate action even stronger. So it is now well understood that climate change impinges on population health in a multiplicity of ways. And we have heard a lot of testimonies and statistics this week, so I'm not really going to repeat. Here I'm just including a non-exhaustive list. So the health impacts of climate change are going to include increased risk of extreme severe weather events and related mortality morbidity. They include increased risk of infection by vector-borne diseases, contaminations of fresh water and disruptions of food supply, and mental health burden. I would also like to mention another health impact of climate change, which I've given short shrift so far. Vanessa mentioned it a little bit just now, and it is the increased burden on already strained healthcare system and medical resources. So the combination of climate change-induced secular increases and episodic surges in the demand for healthcare will impede the ability of health systems to provide timely and quality care for a wide range of health issues and impose potentially crushing fiscal burdens. So just to give a very small and concrete example, when Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico in 2017, it inflicted severe damage on manufacturing plants that produce IV bags, sparking a shortage of those bags in the US. And so you had like a healthcare system impact of the extreme event. And then, of course, compounding all these challenges, disadvantaged populations because of either geographic location, pre-existing health status, access to health and economic resources are likely to bear the brunt of the health impacts of climate change. And such populations include people living in low-income countries and on small islands, children and older adults, ethnic minorities, queer communities, and migrants, as we have already heard this week. And notably and unfairly, these are also the populations that have contributed the least to the accumulation of greenhouse gas emissions. So to explain the lack of action, the classical economic framework sees climate change issue as a combination of two characteristics. First, climate change is a tragedy of the common. So since the climate change effects of greenhouse gas emissions have no borders, we need the cooperation of all countries to solve it. But some countries may decide to wait for and free ride on the climate change mitigation efforts of other countries. Second, climate change is an intergenerational justice problem, with the burden of change and the cost filled on the current generation, while future generations reap the benefits. So basically, there is a temporal disconnection between who pays the cost and who enjoys the benefit. So this is like the classical framework to explain the climate change issue. And stressing the health benefits of climate change mitigation can, at least partially, address these two challenges, the tragedy of the commons and the intergenerational problem. So what are the co-benefits of the health co-benefits of climate change mitigation? So as already mentioned, the major sources of climate change coincide with some of the main drivers of poor population health. So as a consequence, when we slow the pace of climate change, we are also going to deliver substantial health co-benefits independently of any future reduction in climate change. And here I have 3 examples of these health benefits. So first of all, the sectors that contribute the most to greenhouse gas emissions, like transportation and energy, are also the greatest sources of air pollution, increasing the risk of cardiovascular diseases, respiratory diseases, cancers, and dementia. And we heard on Wednesday that fossil fuel air pollution kills 5 million people per year. That means that transitioning to cleaner energy sources, incentivizing, for instance, the use of electric vehicles, is not only going to mitigate future climate impacts, but it's also going to improve the air quality and save numerous lives over the next few decades. Another example of health benefit of climate change mitigation is the impact on diet. So according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, meat and dairy production contribute roughly 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And the prevalence of red meat and processed meat-based diets are also a major risk factor for chronic non-communicable diseases, such as type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, and colorectal cancer. So especially in high-income countries, transitioning to a plant-based diet can actually reduce both greenhouse gas emissions and also the growing burden of non-communicable disease. And then the third example, urban planning focused on road transportation encourages a sedentary lifestyle and increases, again, the risk of non-communicable disease. But by contrast, urban planning that promotes safe walking, cycling, and the use of public transportation contributes to a healthier lifestyle and also mitigates climate change. And importantly, these health benefits will be experienced in the near term. They will be experienced locally, and they will be experienced most especially by disadvantaged populations, as those suffering the most from poor health are also those who suffer the most from the health impacts of climate change. So the last feature is adding to the moral imperative of addressing climate change. But the first 2 features, the near term and the local nature of health benefits, imply that stressing the health benefits of climate change mitigation can actually encourage a more urgent climate response. And so why is that? First of all, because health benefits are near term, it means that some of the benefits of climate action can be realized immediately, and all generations can gain from responsible climate policy. And so the narrative that the current generation is paying the cost and the future generation are reaping the benefits no longer applies. Anyone is going to benefit from aggressive climate policy. And there are a lot of literature on this result. Here I'm just going to mention one paper by some colleagues of mine that was published in Nature Communications. And so using an integrated climate economic model with an air pollution component, they report that a failure to acknowledge the near-term air quality health benefits results in a lenient climate policy. So basically, a climate policy that is not keeping the temperature increase below the 1.5 centigrade limit. And that policy has net cost for much of this sense. However, once we account for these health benefits of reducing air pollution, even a more stringent climate policy has immediate and continuous monetized net benefits, upwards of trillions of dollars annually worldwide. The second important characteristic of the health benefits is the fact that they tend to be local in nature. And so as a consequence, these health benefits do not suffer from the tragedy of the commons and the free riding incentive. Only the cities and the states that implement some form of mitigation can reap these health benefits. And so this implies that health benefits may validate the possibility and potential efficacy for gathering local support for climate policy. So intuitively, by incentivizing the use of green energy sources, for example, in place of fossil fuels, local governments can improve air quality for their citizens, a local benefit, and at the same time provide climate benefits for the entire world. So our question is, can such a focus on population health drive actually more urgent climate policy? So we believe the answer is yes, but at the same time, we also believe that we need to strongly convey the message that investing in population health is good for the economy. And basically the idea is that often the policymakers that hold the power of the purse, they care about the economy. And so if we show them that investing in health has also economic impacts and economic benefits, then they're going to be more likely to invest in health through mitigation policy. And this is basically what Arun Ghosh was hinting in his presentation when he talked about the clean air being an economic asset. So let's, for instance, take the example of clean air. Clean air promotes health, but by improving population health, clean air also creates a sequela of economic benefits. And these benefits, for example, take the form of improvements in concentration and learning abilities, educational outcomes among children, which in turn lead to better labor market opportunities, higher wages, more human capital, and more economic growth. Clean air also increases labor force participation and labor productivity, and it reduces the healthcare cost of treating respiratory diseases and other chronic illnesses. And again, this is going to lead to lower fiscal pressure and more economic growth in the future. And the same can be said also for the other health benefits that I mentioned. So for example, encouraging healthy lifestyles and reducing the burden on non-communicable disease. These also are going to have sizable health implications that can be quantified. So health for many decades has been substantially and widely undervalued by economists. And the undervaluation is rooted in economists' failure to take on board the fact that health not only has intrinsic value, but also has instrumental value. So intrinsic value refers to the fact that actual and prospective states of good health are enjoyed for their own sake. By contrast, instrumental value refers to the fact that good health enhances our capacity to gain other things of value. For example, by improving our ability to work productively and earn income, to attend school and augment knowledge, skills, and productivity potential, and also maybe to look for after children and grandchildren and contribute to their well-being. And the bottom line here is that the benefits of climate change interventions will encompass gains in human health, as well as the social and economic gains that follow from these health gains. And accounting for all these sources of benefit is conceptually appropriate and technically feasible. It's going to magnify greatly the estimated returns of climate change interventions, and thereby it's going to strengthen the case for such interventions. It also puts emphasis on the economic value of investing in population health, and it allows the calculation of rates of return and benefit cost ratios, which is basically the natural language for ministers of finance, ministers of planning, and again, for any policymaker that hold the power of the purse. I would also note the possibility of calculating distributional sensitive rates of return and benefit cost ratios, which is a crucial ingredient in remediating some of the inequities of climate change impact. Okay, so just to conclude, the economic, health, environmental, and social costs of climate change are enormous. They're happening today, and not just in the long run. And so if I may borrow the words that Gabriele said yesterday, it's not just a marathon, it's a marathon and a sprint. And in particular, reducing greenhouse gas emissions is going to deliver important near-term and local health benefits. And stressing these health benefits promote economic growth and well-being. Stressing this economic implication provides a very strong argument for policymakers to invest in population health and thus contribute to the climate change fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, did you want to come in now? We may not have time later. In that case, I'm going to hand over to a wonderful colleague, an individual at the WHO, an individual that has kept the flame, if that's the right phrase, of climate and health on the agenda of WHO, despite not always having maybe the most support over the years. Maria Nera, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. A pleasure and an honor to be here, and a challenge to maintain now this enthusiasm when we are on Friday afternoon and late in the session. You know, I was very inspired by the little Francisco. He reminded me Che Guevara. I don't know. So I want to be your Che Guevara as well, even if I am a little bit. I have to launch a revolution now. Friday afternoon and Vatican City might not be the most appropriate place to launch a revolution, But this is a positive and healthy revolution. So I hope you will follow me on this one, because it will be the kind of white coat revolution. You know, the white coat that the doctors we used to. Okay, let's make sure that we have the strong health argument to finally elevate and accelerate action on climate change. To have a revolution, you need a mission. And I think the mission is very, very clear now. But to have a revolution, you need tactics as well. And let me put 3 tactics on the table here. 1, we need a positive narrative. Basta with the apocalyptic now. We can't use it anymore. People cannot stand anymore. And you disengage people. So narrative, tactic of using the economic benefits, the health benefits, mobilizing anyone that can be mobilized, and of course, depoliticize. This is not a left-wing or right-wing issue. This is, everyone is a societal division cause. And the other one is that we need to make sure that we use this holistic approach that has been discussed here. You know, I've been trained as a physician, and when you are trained as a physician, they tell you from the beginning that if you want to adjust the problem that a patient has on blood pressure, you need to be very careful with the medicine you are giving, because might have consequences and other disease that the patient have. So for me, as a physician, this holistic approach is something extremely natural. Maybe I lost it with the years, but it was very natural. And I think is the one, health is the one that can maybe put all of us around. So let me use a medical approach to this, okay? Not only the revolution, but we have the tactics now. So let's go on why. Diagnostic. And this is the diagnostic. This is the diagnostic. I'm not going through this. You know very well, health is affected. Health is very much affected by climate change for obvious reasons that I will not elaborate, because it has been very nicely presented. And I think they are very well. We have tons of science, no controversy, no discussion around that, but no excuses either. And I'm looking at the legislation specialist here, because no excuses. One of these days, our politicians are going to be taken to the court, because knowing that their pollution was very high and affecting our citizens, they didn't took the right decisions yet. So since we have the diagnosis, those are my prescriptions. As a physician from a rural area, isolated, I don't know where, those are the prescriptions. Climate action means, 1, protect and preserve the source of human health, nature, and therefore, I mean, stop this nonsense fight that we have with nature. As the white coat people, I mean, the health community at large, we have a responsibility to start to use our troops, our doctors, nurses, everyone working on global health, or health at the large sense of the world, I mean, all of you, we need to start to tell people that fighting with nature is not good. It's really bad for all of us, and we are the losers, no matter what. I like very much when people says, oh, there is no planet B. What do you mean? If it was a planet B, that will give you the right to destroy this one? Which type of, I don't understand. Climate action means invest in essential services. I mean, it's the common sense revolution, actually, what we are proposing here. Stop to close this gap of people who still don't have water and sanitation and clean energy in the healthcare facilities. Come on, this will be a very good opportunity, and common sense, no regret investments. Climate action means ensure a quick and healthy energy transition. We can help a lot on this one. We, as the health argument, we can help to accelerate this transition to clean sources of energy that we all know that is definitely very, very, very much needed. But I think people need to understand that as we did the revolution on access to water, now we need to do it on access to clean sources of energy. We want to promote healthy, sustainable food systems. Who will disagree with that? I mean, for health, as you rightly say, if we implement the famous Paris Treaty, we can go home, the public health community, because the Paris Treaty is nothing else than a basic public health treaty. So it's done for environmental purposes, but all the actions that you need to take to implement the Paris Treaty is nothing else than basic public health interventions, including this promotion to healthy food systems. And of course, building healthy and livable cities. We need to work on urban health. We need to work with architects. We didn't mention them very much these 3 days, but architects, urban planners are, I am married to an architect, so maybe I'm a little bit biased now that I think. But yeah, but I'm convinced, 70% of the people in 20 years from now will be living in cities. And if we want to talk about health, there is no way we escape doing something at the urban environment, urban planning, urban design. And the benefits can be enormous for our health. And of course, this is, again, I think, a common sense approach. We are giving subsidies to fossil fuels. Not only we are investing on fossil fuels, we are giving subsidies. And the amount of subsidies we are giving could cover perfectly all the money that we need now to engage on mitigation. Our hospitals are already paying the price. We never, in all of those economic studies we have around climate change, we never include the exactly this, how our health systems are already paying an incredible price. So, thank you. Take it, thank you. So when people tell you it's very expensive, we are already paying it. Our hospitals are already paying. Of course, the health of the people is already paid. So climate action means health benefits. With your permission, and Andy will not like me for this, because I know, Andy, that I have to say co-benefits, but I love to use health benefits. If we do it properly, they can be proper health benefits, although are not, the entry door was not exactly that. Air pollution. I said this a few years ago in this room already. Climate change and air pollution for us from a health perspective is the same agenda. The same agenda. 70% of the causes of climate change are overlapping with the causes of air pollution. And air pollution means 7 million premature deaths every year. 5 of them related to the combustion of fossil fuels, but still 7 million. So when you look at how the two agendas overlap, there is no other way than to think about our poor lungs. Normally they are pink and lovely and fantastic, and then we see people now on the right hand with these black lungs. Even if it was the person here, and this is thanks to our Dr. Kumar, our friend in India, this is the lung of a 17-year-old boy who never smoked. Well, here's the result. So please think about that. So now that we are on the revolution, we have the diagnosis, we have the tactics, we have the how we will motivate the people. What will be the outcomes? What do we need to do to convince our patients that this is what they need to obtain at the end? This is what they will obtain at the end. We need to respond to the crisis that at country level we are having already in terms of more dengue, more malaria, more diarrhea, more cholera. And of course, we need to provide assistance to these people. So to provide assistance means that we need more resources to respond to the crisis that is already happening. Something else we need to do, and this will be the result of the revolution, we will have climate resilient and sustainable health systems. And this is, again, nothing else than doing common sense interventions, reinforcing epidemiological surveillance, making sure that our healthcare facilities, maybe we put some solar panels instead of using diesel generators in healthcare facilities in Africa. There is no reason why Africa cannot have solarization in all the healthcare facilities at a very low price. And that's why we have created this Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate Change and Health, to make sure that the health system that contributes to 5% of the global emissions, we will be contributing. So the health revolution will contribute as well to decrease by 5% the global emissions of greenhouse gases. What's that? Huh? Not bad, huh? So we can be the white coats, but with a big green, big green condecoration as well. and not greenwash. I hope that most of these 5% of the global emissions from the health systems are coming from supplies, so we can reduce that. Nobody can say that we don't have enough evidence. Of course, we should create and keep with science developing evidence, but we have it. And we have it since 1990, and we have been producing reports, translating those reports into policy recommendations, and hopefully we will make sure that all of them are very much available. Of course, research. We need to keep doing research, but making sure that this research will go to where we need to apply this research on very appropriate interventions and the ones that will produce the most acceptable results. Research, as I say, this is something that WHO is doing on defining the research agenda on climate change and health, and we will make sure that everybody can contribute, and at the end, as I say, producing some results that will be the most pragmatic and action-oriented possible. Monitoring. We need to monitor the results. WHO is going to the cases and the COPs, as you know, and we are trying to mobilize the health voices of climate action. Normally, our population still trusts the health sector very much, 93% versus, apologies, politician 15%. This survey was not done by WHO, so I don't take any blame on this. And so we are still a trusted voice, so maybe we need to be even more present on the dialogue. And that's why this last year in Dubai, where for the first time ever we managed, after many years of fighting and presenting the health argument, finally we have all of these people attending, 50 ministers of health, more than 140 countries sign a declaration on climate change and health. It was the first ever COP at the Health Day, a lot of mobilization. Finally, the health voice was very much there, but this is not enough. What we were telling the politicians, the negotiators at the COP, we were telling them that they need to be aware that they are not just negotiating the degrees of Celsius, centigrades that we can increase or decrease. Whatever decision they are taking will have an impact on our health. So we want to tell them, if you postpone action by 2 years, this is how much it will cost you in terms of mortality and morbidity. So we will love to have an indicator on the COPs saying, in addition to how many degrees you are committed to reduce, why you don't tell us, why we cannot present as well the argument how many additional cases of lung cancers you are going to have. So include a health indicator, and that will be probably very important. So what is next? COP29, we are already working with them. I really hope that what was presented yesterday by mayors, by local governors, and with courage, I mean, a lot of political courage, I think it will be so nice to be able to present it at the COP29, because we hope that we will have again the opportunity to have a health day, and a very strong one. My final one is that we can go as far as legislation. And we saw in the last 2-3 years very interesting results coming from legislation, coming from people taking to the court their governments or their even big companies, corporate associations. So maybe this is a little thing that is growing, and the human rights approach is now gaining a lot of momentum. So putting all of those forces together, I think our revolution will be only successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. We'll go straight on, if we can, to Abak Karabajan. I hope I've got the pronunciation right. The clicker, Maria. We haven't met before, but actually in my previous life as Director of Wellcome Trust, we had some joint work together. It's a pleasure to meet.
All right. Thank you. I'm very honored to be here, very pleased to be here. Thank you, Marcelo, for inviting me. Thank you to the council. Thank you, Ram and Marcelo, for organizing such an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary conference. I've never been to one where it's not an echo chamber, where we're not all talking to the same types of people. Now we can all go back, just like the mayors and the governors, to our respective geographies, but our intellectual geographies, and take back what we're learning from the various other disciplines. So I think it's really great. Thank you all for being here and being the hardcore intellectuals and hardcore believers. I have unfortunately the honor of being the last speaker, which I'll take as a big honor of being the final keynote, I'll call it. That's what I'll tell my mother. Okay. So just by way of introduction, I'm a bit of an oddball. I'm a scientist by training. I'm a molecular biologist, cell biologist, RNA biologist, but I'm also an entrepreneur and an inventor of bioplatforms. I've founded over a dozen companies in the bioplatform space, in the therapeutic space. I come from a firm called Flagship Pioneering, where we create breakthroughs in human health and sustainability, and we build bioplatform companies. But you'll say, well, what does that mean? And at another time, I would love to come back to talk to you about our sustainability efforts. We use biotechnology and chemistry to improve agriculture, livestock, and work on ecology per se, but we also work primarily on human health. But our claim to fame, our biggest claim to fame, is that we were the founders of Moderna. We did the fundamental science that led to the creation of the company. We're still involved with the company, and we take great pride in that. And that's going to be part of the theme of my talk. I don't represent Moderna, but I will talk about what it represents. We've founded over 100 companies since 2000. We are 150 scientists doing this work in one location in Cambridge, Boston. We've filed 400 plus patents, and we actually have 400 issued patents to our name. So we actually invent the technology and create the technology, and we have a lot of capital at our disposal, like a venture capital firm, but we have capital at our disposal to create the companies ourselves. So we're scientists, entrepreneurs, and company leaders. This diagram, I don't expect you to read it, but I thought it was an excellent portrayal of the impacts of climate change on human health, because it shows not only a direct effect, but the indirect effects, the secondary effect, the tertiary effects, the long-term effects. That bottom row, funny enough, you can't read it, they're all health bubbles. They are not talking about just the ecology and biodiversity, they're talking about the impact on our health. And this is, by the way, by an Italian visual artist, so I thought it was great. She's from Turin. And lest you think that's just a theoretical framework, let me show you some headlines that I just tried to put together over the last month or so. And I couldn't even keep up. I had to actually edit the slide yesterday because the CDC announced that there's an outbreak of Mpox. And this is happening today. This is not a theoretical future set of consequences and dominoes that are going to fall. They're falling now. They're falling now. And these are direct or indirect long-term consequences of climate change impacting human migration, human density, the zoonotic transmission of viruses and infectious disease, impacts on our lungs, impacts on cancer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we don't necessarily see it because it's so diffuse. This is essentially a clinical trial that we've been running on ourselves for about 300 years. It's a clinical trial. For millions of years, we've been living in a different context, in a different environment, and now, over 300 years, we decided to run a clinical trial on ourselves. Any government, any company that had tried to do that would be arrested, would be put in front of tribunals for trying to do a clinical trial with poisons on millions of people. So just keep that in mind, and I do agree, of course, that the climate crisis is a health crisis. But the issue is that we don't always have the tools to respond to this or to anticipate it. The traditional drug discovery paradigm is insufficient to go after this. I'll give you a few statistics. It takes about 10 to 12 years to develop a new medicine. Imagine waiting 10 to 12 years to respond to an emerging threat. You can't survive. That's not going to lead to resilience. It costs more than $2 billion to develop a medicine. Again, untenable. It's just not economical. And 2 billion people globally don't have access to essential medicines. That's essential medicines. That doesn't even leave, that leaves aside all the other medicines that these people need. It's actually more than 2 billion people that don't have access to medicine. So we need a new paradigm for drug discovery. We need a new paradigm for therapeutics. And here are some of the old technologies we've been using. We're using a 90-year-old technology to create vaccines. It's been wonderful. It's done in eggs. It's done in one egg, and then it's done in many, many eggs. And it takes months and months and months to develop the vaccine. So we learn of a virus, we learn of a few viruses, and my colleagues from WHO know this better than I do. And it takes us 9 months to get to those vaccines. And those vaccines, by the time they're done, have changed. The virus has changed. And we tolerate a 40%, maybe 60% efficacy, depending on the year. The way we discover small molecules is on the left. You see that funnel? It represents putting millions and millions of small molecules on an assay in an experiment to see which one works. That is the equivalent of throwing spaghetti on the wall, seeing which strand sticks, and then taking the last strand that sticks on the wall. It is the way it works today. And we use robots, we use armies of scientists to carry out that funnel. 10 to the 6 to 10 to the 9 experiments to get to an N of 1 drug. That's not tenable. And so on the right, what I'm going to propose is a paradigm of drug generation, drug creation, no longer using the word discovery in our thinking. Discovery, if you look at the formal definition, means to uncover by chance, to go search and uncover by chance, like some high-tech archaeological dig where we're sifting through sand and hoping to find a relic. Why do we discover drugs that way? We need to move to creation. And I'll show you that that's possible. We need to work on detecting things in the environment, determining the underlying mechanisms and molecular biology of what's happening, designing medicines, not discovering them, designing them at speed and scale to tackle the disease, and then deploying them. So 4Ds, I thought this would be pretty memorable, but we have the technologies and capabilities to do this. We have them today. And so this is not a message of dooms, this is a message of hope. So I promote that we can do this using programmable medicines. What are programmable medicines? These are derived from a direct understanding of disease and that can be designed and deployed deliberately, as opposed to using serendipity and chance and trial and error to find the medicines. And I'll give you 3 different examples as quickly as possible. I know we have to finish by 8, but I don't know if I'll make it. But to go in different degrees of abstraction to give you a sense for how this is possible. But I'll start with a very nerdy slide on biology. This is the central dogma of biology. In every cell of our body, every single cell, we have the blueprint for all our building blocks. That's in the nucleus, that's the DNA. That DNA gets converted to RNA, that RNA leaves the nucleus, and then it gets translated into proteins. We now understand this program. We understand this program very well, and we can take advantage of it. But there are more and more programs in biology. There's a program inside the cell. There are programs across cells, among cells. We are only beginning to understand these programs, and they are so complex, humans can't just remember them. I had to remember these for final exams. I don't remember them anymore. A computer is needed, and data is needed to train algorithms so that they can use this information to help us make better drugs. Drugs that are more likely to work on the first try, and drugs that are safer. So we'll start with DNA and RNA as medicines themselves. These take advantage of the basic program. Because you have the DNA code, you can make the protein of interest. And Moderna for vaccines was exactly that. We took the mRNA and we put it inside cells. Once you can do that, you have the code to make virtually any building block in the human body, any building block. Membrane proteins, secreted proteins, proteins inside the cell. And what we used it for was to take advantage of the immune program. We put the mRNA into the cell and created the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein inside the body, and that elicited the immune program that was triggered off. Now, we were able to do this in less than 48 hours. The minute we read the biology out in the environment and we had the sequence, we were able to make the first prototype in-house. That is unprecedented in the field of human history. And we were able to deploy this. Now, we'll talk about the challenges of now getting that to the real world. Let's talk about proteins. Proteins are the building blocks of life. Pharmaceutical companies have harnessed proteins in the form of antibodies. These are natural, usually molecules that help protect us inside our immune system. But we've now turned those into medicines. But discovering them again takes billions of trials, many, many months of optimization. And it's a pretty dumb process relying on trial and error. So what we've done, we've created a company called Generate Biomedicines that leverages AI and very similar to large language models that can take reams and reams of data and convert one language to another. We've done that exact same thing with the language of DNA to protein. So imagine feeding a computer millions and millions of protein sequences and structures on the right side, and also the corresponding code to make those proteins. So now a computer knows the language of going from DNA to protein structure and function. it can now reverse that language. It can now generate the drug of interest by giving it a prompt. So it's very analogous to how the large language models work to go from English to Italian or back, or to create a paragraph out of a prompt. So with this, we've been able to shrink the paradigm of drug discovery for antibodies from 30 to 42 months down to 8 to 12 months, and this is only getting faster and faster and faster. And we've applied it not only to the top 50 drugs in the industry, but we've applied it to a portion of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein that is common to all COVID variants. So this one antibody can provide protection against a range of variants with a high degree of efficacy. These are the kinds of things we need to develop responsive, programmable medicine. And I'll stop with small molecules. And you might say, well, why are we going through all of these in order? The two drugs that I showed you up front are expensive to make, they're expensive to transport, they're expensive to take, but small molecules are the complete opposite. Easy to make, easy to transport, easy to take. And that's what's required for accessibility. That's what's required for global access. Those prior drugs, although the vaccine proved the opposite with the mRNA, antibodies cost $100,000 a year, $50,000 a year, tens of thousands of dollars a year for rich people to take. But they can't serve sub-Saharan Africa. Small molecules can. We've devised a computational system to understand biology, column 1, decode it, and understand the multidimensional changes that are undergoing within health to disease. Then have a computer tell us what are the small molecules most likely to reverse these changes. Which ones are most likely? This is not a human doing it, it's a computer doing it. And then the computer suggests small molecules that are likely to work, and then we try them, and then we try to understand. So I'll give you one example with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. On the left, you have a state of health. On the right, or in the middle, you have a state of disease. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease has no cure. Once you've got it, you're in pretty bad shape. The picture on the bottom shows you what we see by the human eye. Healthy cells on the bottom on the left. They look good. On the right, you have cells that have overgrown. They're producing mucus. These are cells that have resulted from having multiple insults and getting inflamed. They're producing tons of mucus. This is called goblet cell hyperplasia. We can see it on the microscope. That doesn't tell us what to do. It doesn't inform us as to what molecules to provide. But if we encode all of the molecular biology underpinning the health to disease transitions, we can create maps like the ones above. These digital maps are fed to a computer and a network emerges. What are the multidimensional changes that are happening? Not one target, not one protein gone awry. What are the multidimensional changes that are going on? And then, next step, tell us which molecules are likely to drive that multidimensional change. And voila, we have 3 different medicines that the computer proposed, and all 3 of them, as you can see on the right, change the map and reduce the goblet cell hyperplasia. These molecules have never been used for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. They weren't picked by a human, they were picked by a computer. And now we can use the similarities and differences to design better and better medicines much more quickly. And this is going to be a paradigm-shifting way of designing and discovering drugs. So, programmable medicines are coming, they're here. We have the technologies to start using biology, detecting biology, decoding the molecular changes, and using that to generate drugs as opposed to discover them. But we need to deploy these things. That's just the first part, the discovery and the science, as we discussed. But note here, the timeline it took to get the vaccine to the world, or to get vaccines to the world on the top, it takes 73 months normally. This is not to scale. These two graphs are not to scale. 73 months normally, but with Operation Warp Speed, we proved to ourselves that we can compress the timeline. These timelines are not the drug discovery timeline. These are the timelines for clinical trials, for manufacturing, for deployment and delivery. We've proved to ourselves that we can compress that, but it took scientists, corporations, small companies, big companies, manufacturing companies, government, the Department of Defense, global organizations to collaborate, to align, to speak different languages to compress these timelines. Let's not forget this, because once the threat is over, we usually go back to our old ways. We go back to 73 months. And I will posit that this was a health response. Similar things should be happening in the climate response. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Brilliant. David, a minute. You've got a minute. You wanted a minute? It's all yours.
A few reflections on this session in the broader context of the summit itself. First of all, with respect to the promotion of climate resilience, I think that the real genius of Marcelo and Ram has been to develop a novel theory of change, which they've knit into the structure of the entire summit. And as we've seen and heard, the centerpiece of their theory of change is the alignment and cooperation of a multiplicity of stakeholders, ranging from natural and social scientists to the private sector, to political leaders, civil society, faith leaders, and other channels of influence. And I'll say more about that in a moment. I'd also like to note a key premise of the summit in general, and this session in particular, and that is that climate change poses a huge threat to human health in terms of both excess morbidity and mortality. Based on common sense, as referred to a few times, and also on the evidence and reflections we've heard, I would describe that premise as pretty much beyond doubt, as something that is akin to a no-brainer. To my mind, though, a fundamental but perhaps less obvious takeaway from this session is the fact that the impact of climate change on human health is being and can be further and more precisely conceptualized, modeled, measured, and monetized. And as we've just heard in this session, and especially from Madalena, doing that will appreciably increase the magnitude of our estimates of the cost of climate change, which will in turn increase appreciably the magnitude of the estimated benefits of progressing to climate resilience. So what we're talking about here in this session represents a giant step forward in the direction of developing other evidence-based policies, or the evidence-based policies that will populate the robust and integrated portfolio of responses that we need to address climate change. It's also a step in the direction of engaging another crucial group of stakeholders that are not heavily represented here, namely ministers of finance and planning and their counterparts at different levels of government. And I would urge Marcelo and Ram to consider adding such individuals to the invite list for the next summit. Let me make one further point and then I'll stop. With due respect to the judges and the attorneys that are or were present, I would actually mention here a lesson taught to first-year law students throughout the world. And the lesson says, if you've got the facts, then argue the facts. If you don't have the facts, then argue the law. And if you don't have the facts or the law, then just argue. And the point here is that having the facts is typically the first best approach to making your case. And the good news surfacing from this session, and especially I think emphasized with the science at the end, is that the facts are very much within reach. The facts about the health impacts of climate change and what to do about it. And in that vein, I'd like to express my hope that one outcome of this session will be to galvanize further efforts to inform a comprehensive and rigorous understanding of the full health costs of climate change. Conveniently and simultaneously, these happen to also be the broad-based health benefits of climate resilience. I understand that it's just a piece of the investment case for addressing climate change, but I think it's reasonable to expect that it will be reliable, trustworthy, as mentioned, and potentially a decisive piece of that investment case. Let me stop there. Thank you, Jeremy.
The mic. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so we've got 3 minutes left, and then we'll be handing back to the bosses. Just on behalf of everybody, a huge thank you. We will remember, I think, all of us, yesterday morning's audience for the rest of our lives. It was a moment of remarkable humility, but also clarity of purpose, which I think galvanized and enthused all of us. And for that, thank you very much for having given us that opportunity. Padel Zirks and Sister Alfred, Professor von Braun, thank you very much for leading us through this. We know how much work goes into setting these up with all your teams, but thank you very, very much indeed. To Ram and Marcelo, I speak for everybody when I say, when you get an email from either of you and then a phone call, your heart lifts. You appreciate there'll be an inspiration, a catalyst. You'll be challenged to think about something you've never thought about yourself. That'll last for the half an hour. Then you'll put the phone down or the Teams call and you realize you've signed up to something. that you never thought you would. And I suspect everybody in this room will recognize that phone call. But keep doing it. Keep challenging us. It was great to have the two academies together. It sent a very strong signal. It was great to have the mayors and governors there. I think I took away two things. One is I think we heard the first campaign for the 2028 US election from a few. I felt it. And I suspect, and perhaps maybe more hopefully, also maybe had the starting gun for the 2058 election in the youth group. I suspect one of those at one day will become a prime minister or a president or something. Remarkable group of individuals. A few ideas to come back to you. On the cities, we heard lots of great words, and I praise all the mayors and the governors for what they've done. We could encourage them to go further and harmonize the data they're gathering across their cities so that politicians of the future will not selectively report what they want to report, these number of buses, that number of buses, whatever it is. There's a standard, harmonized set of data you cannot escape from, and then make sure that's passed into legal, because I'm a fan of the Chief Justice. It's passed into legal. You have the data, nobody can hide it, and you have the legal framework in which to make it sure. And I don't like, although I'm not an American, executive orders, because the next president, mayor, or governor, I think, can overturn those with another executive. Legal structures are critical for a reason, and we should push the legal structures. Do what we need, do what we know now works, for sure. But please, let's not ignore the science of the future. We'll need science 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years for this issue. So if we don't invest in the young people, we don't invest in the science, we won't have the solutions that we need in 20, 30 years' time. This is not an either-sum game. Do what we know now and continue to invest in that basic science. Otherwise, we will run out. But also, make sure that that basic science is more equitably distributed than it has been in the past. And if we don't learn the lessons from COVID, we will not make progress. Ram asked a question, I think it was on day one, why, if the science is so compelling, is there such a lag? Science has to answer that question. And I think it is about, as Marianne was saying, about literacy, about communication, and critically about ownership of science. Science has to come out of its ivory towers and speak to the whole societies of which we are part of and which we cannot thrive if we're not part of. And that ownership by our communities is a critical component of scientists and science. And we need to do that better than we've done it in the past. Secondly, I would say we have to improve our scientific advice into government. You cannot complain about what politicians do as a scientist if you're not willing to engage in the political process. So scientists going into government is not a failure of their scientific career. It's an additional benefit to society and our communities. And then lastly, I want to go back to Mr. Helen, if I may. The comments on the first morning, we all felt it. The expectation, the excitement, the anticipation, a little bit of fear maybe in such an august group, but also hope. And that really, I think, set the tone. And it's the tone on which I think we want to close. But my final comments will be to say, we are a privileged group. To be in this place and to be with our agency and power is a privilege. And the warm words that we say in these meetings is not what should judge us. It's what we do when we leave. Tomorrow, next month, next year. And we should be held accountable for that. Because it is a privilege to fly to Rome, to come by train to Rome, however we got. And we'll go back to where we came from. And it's not the warm words we said here that matter. It's whether we commit to delivering on those. Thank you. That was the best session, I think. Everyone.
Yeah, well, thanks, Amelia and Jeremy. Thanks for, thanks. I suppose the words of gratitude will be spoken at the end of all of this. But we just want to thank you, the speakers of the last panel. I've asked for your search for new medicines and all. A short while ago, we did an event here on indigenous knowledge as a form of science. And indigenous communities, sometimes the way they look for medicine is to follow a sick cat or a sick dog into the bush. And they know what medicine or what herb to take to heal. And that's how traditional, medicine people found their medicine, following sick animals into the bush to see what they pluck and pick. In urban communities where there are no bush and no whatever, you have to go to a veterinary. so, but in any case, so thank you. So I think, so Jeremy tells us that we came from somewhere, we're going back. But I think we set for ourselves a journey from climate crisis to climate resilience. That was a journey we set also for ourselves. And setting this journey for ourselves, we began by trying to discover the details of this. So we x-rayed and we tried to create for ourselves the anatomy of climate crisis, describing in all forms. Then we engage in the details, looking at all the components or the details of this anatomy that we had created for ourselves. And we also describe a lot of correlated themes to whatever we call the climate, crisis, temperature change of, climate and all of that. So we discovered the issue of migration. We talked about water. We talked about food. We talked about energy. We talked even about building and architecture. All of those were correlated themes. And in fact, the Academy here had done an event in the past about building out of the climate crisis. And it was an event where, we got architects in this room to tell us about new development to help us again, build out of the climate crisis. So we did all of that, and at the end of this, we've come to where we are now, looking at the human person in the area of healthcare. And while the two presidents will conclude this with their own summary and analysis, I just feel like saying that we ended with a challenge. And the forest challenge us a lot to, those who say things can't work, to just step aside and leave the younger ones to come and try things out. For us, I suppose at the Academy, it would depend on the presidents to decide. But we are at a point where we need to take this further into the future. And taking this further into the future, for us here in the Academy, in the context of the Vatican and the Holy See, next year, Pope Francis decided to help us all celebrate the Jubilee year. And the Jubilee year has a lot of significance for us as a church. And that will be a year also for formulating a lot of themes, some of which will just be the type of aspirations and expectations that have been addressed to us in these past 3 days. We would gather and in our own way, look at how we celebrate the Jubilee as scientists. And we may come back, the way of very many of you gathered here. But it will be an occasion to celebrate one big expression which the young people here used, giving them hope. And the theme of the Jubilee year next year is the Jubilee year of hope. So that would be a big thing that would invite us and bring us back to look at several of the themes that have been discussed over here in the past 3 days. And so on that note, wish to thank all of you for having brought us all to the threshold of hope, inviting us to look at how to really activate this hope for all of us and for for common humanity in every way that we can. So thank all of you for the very many ways that you've helped to help us build the building blocks for hope, which we shall all be trying to construct in the Jubilee year ahead of us. Thanks again, organizers, and all of you participants. So you like the, the faithful remnant, right? The faithful remnant that's left of the big group that we had here, especially for the audience with the Holy Father. There's the trickle down effect, and that's it. So, Joachim,
I want us to have a roaring applause for our office which has brought us together, especially Alessandra, Gabriela, and all the others behind the scenes. Yes, thank you. Let me add one serious point. You can assume that the three of us and the two of them have already been sticking our heads together on the way forward, how we communicate, how we invest into platforming, networking, because you have volunteered to step on a train which has left the station. Why will the Holy See, the Vatican, continue with this train? We had an event here in October 2022 in this room, celebrating the signing on by the Vatican of the Paris Agreement. So the Vatican is no longer acting as an NGO in the climate negotiations, but as a partner in the conference of the parties. That's serious business. And I assure you the Vatican takes it serious and will continue to put us and you to task. So please continue the journey with us. Thank you.
I think my contribution is to let everybody go and have a nice dinner now. Okay? Thank you very much for being here.
So all the books are here. Some of the work that have been done here. If you find any of them useful, you can just help yourself to any of them.